Bonjour, bon matin, good morning all. Kwe, hi. If you can please enter the assembly floor and come and be seated, we'll start soon. Mon nom est Wina Siwi et je serai coprésidente pour l'Assemblée générale annuelle, la 43e Assemblée générale annuelle, mais la première en personne depuis 3 ans et la première qui se déroulera en mode hybride. As you can see or as you can hear, I will talk in French, so I invite you to go and take your translation headset if you haven't done so yet. It would be a good thing if you're not bilingual because that could change between French and English during the day. Comme je le fais en ce moment, but I will try to keep one language for some minutes at least because I know that it can be difficult for translation and for you using the translation headset. Alors bonjour, veuillez entrer s'il vous plaît. Nous allons commencer la rencontre bientôt. Je vais maintenant donner la parole à mon collègue Cédric Gray-Lehoux pour s'introduire pendant que vous prenez place. Merci d'être ici.
Good morning, bon matin tout le monde. So my name is Cedric Gray-Lehoux and I will be co-president and co-chair of this assembly with my colleague Wina. As we said, as we slowly come inside, we're going to give you guys about another 5 minutes. Little reminder, go get your headsets in the back. There will be French during this day, either from me, either from Wina, so it's part of the assembly. Donc, pour tout le monde, je vous accueille aujourd'hui. Mon nom est Cédric Gray-Lehoux. Je suis Mi'kmaq de la communauté de l'Estigouge et coprésident de l'Assemblée avec ma collègue Wina. Petit rappel que cette Assemblée est bien bilingue, donc allez en arrière chercher vos micros. On devrait commencer dans environ 5 minutes. We'll start in about 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Bonjour, Kwe, hi. Please take your seat. I now invite you to please join us in this nice and big assembly floor. The meeting or the assembly will begin soon. When you see me, it is a kind of a reminder that I may speak French. So if you don't have your translation headset, it is a perfect moment now to go and take it at the back. Take the translation headset at the back, and because it will be very, very useful throughout the days, the coming days, today and the coming days for this annual General Assembly. Alors, bonjour, mon nom est Wina Siwi et je suis la coprésidente pour faciliter la rencontre, les discussions qui auront lieu aujourd'hui, demain, mercredi et jeudi. Alors, le tout se déroule sur 3 jours et je serai avec vous pendant ces 3 journées. Mon collègue Cédric va se présenter à vous immédiatement après. Simplement pour vous dire que je suis de la nation Huron-Wendat ainsi que membre de la communauté Anishinaabe Abitibi-Winnie qui sont toutes deux situées dans la région du Québec. Je suis avocate, j'ai ce défaut, mais ça peut parfois être utile. Mais je suis une avocate quand même sympathique, je pense, j'ai un sourire, alors je vais pouvoir utiliser cette formation, cette expérience pour qu'on puisse tous en bénéficier, toutes et tous en bénéficier, pour pouvoir passer à travers cette assemblée de la meilleure façon qui soit et qu'on puisse se retrouver en un morceau à la fin de la semaine et pouvoir rentrer chacun chez soi avec possiblement un sourire aux lèvres et un sentiment de satisfaction. C'est ce que je vous souhaite, c'est ce que je nous souhaite. Et j'ai coprésidé aussi plusieurs assemblées de chefs pour l'APN et l'APNQL. Alors, pour moi, c'est vraiment un honneur de me retrouver ici aujourd'hui avec vous, finalement, en personne. On attendait ce moment-là depuis si longtemps. Alors, I'm really honored to be with you today, and I will now turn the floor over to my colleague, Cedric, to introduce himself. Thank you, and have a great assembly. So, thank you.
Thank you, Weena. Good morning again, everyone. So my name is Cedric Gray-LaHoo, and I will be one of your co-chairs for the next 3 days. I'm Mi'kmaq from the community of Listigouche, and also the youth rep for the First Nations of Quebec and Labrador Youth Network. So it's my honor to be here alongside Weena, and of course in person with you here today with all the important issues that we have on our agenda, finally in person. But you will notice that we also do have different members joining us on screen on both sides at some point, because this is a hybrid assembly. So our assembly will have in-person, Zoom, and as well as a phone line to make sure that all chiefs and proxies have the opportunity to make their voices heard during this assembly. You'll also see that there are closed captions. When we speak French, they don't go that well, so take them with a grain of salt. For resolutions and other points where the wording is important, we'll make sure with our resolutions team that everything works out and that the exact words that you give us are those that are taken on the record. I just want to take the time also to speak with my chiefs who are on Zoom here to my side, that to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak fairly, we will only be looking towards the raise hand function. So you click at the bottom right hand on reaction, raise hand, and that's how we'll see you pop up on our speakers list so that we can ensure that people from all across Turtle Island have the opportunity to address the assembly. You have interpretation, we'll mention it one last time, and maybe a few more during the day. In the back, just go see our technicians who are waiting beside the booth to go get your headsets and translation devices. And finally, I just want to say a big thank you for having us here. Well, to all of you for being here, and I cannot wait to see the next 3 days. So I'll be turning over to my speaker, Weena.
Merci, Cedric. Thank you, Cedric. Alors, je vais simplement répéter un peu en français ce que Cédric vient de dire. Ce ne sera pas ce qu'on va faire tout le long de l'Assemblée. On ne répétera pas dans les deux langues, mais ce matin, je pense que ça vaut quand même la peine. Alors, c'est la première fois que nous avons une Assemblée en mode hybride. Et comme je le mentionnais tantôt, ça fait 3 ans qu'on ne s'est pas vu en personne. Alors, c'est vraiment un plaisir. J'espère de voir les gens rentrer le plus rapidement possible pour qu'on puisse commencer, mais on va commencer quand même très bientôt. Alors, nous sommes maintenant, et nous remercions aussi les Premières Nations hôtes sur le territoire Musqueam, Squamish et Tsleil-Waututh. Alors, c'est vraiment un honneur de se retrouver sur leur territoire et un grand merci de nous accueillir ici aujourd'hui et pour le déroulement de cette Assemblée générale annuelle. Alors, comme le mentionnait Cédric en anglais, l'Assemblée est hybride. Alors, il y a des personnes, des participants qui seront avec nous, évidemment, vous les voyez dans la salle, mais il y en aura aussi qui seront présents dans la plateforme Zoom, donc en mode virtuel, et également au téléphone. Il y a des modérateurs, modératrices de l'APN qui sont présents pour pouvoir être présents justement et supporter les personnes qui seront au téléphone. Et je rappelle que le mode pour s'adresser au coprésident, c'est vraiment d'utiliser le microphone 1, microphone 2 pour les personnes qui seront présentes dans la salle. Et nous n'allons pas suivre les ordres dans lesquels vous êtes arrivés au microphone. Nous allons toujours suivre le microphone 1, 2, 1, 2, si c'est ce qui est devant nous. Alors, on va alterner comme ça et on ne suivra pas les ordres d'arriver au microphone. Ce que ça veut dire, si vous voulez parler le plus vite possible, bien, vous choisissez le microphone qui a le moins de personnes. C'est simple comme ça. Alors, pour ce qui est de Zoom, Bonjour, chef et mandataire sur Zoom et votre délégation. Et on rappelle que nous n'allons pas, comme coprésident, regarder le chat. Alors, le chat, c'est vraiment pas à être utilisé pour un amendement, par exemple, ou pour appuyer, co-proposer ou proposer et coproposer un projet de résolution. Pour faire cela ou pour s'adresser à l'Assemblée, si vous êtes en mode virtuel, il s'agit vraiment d'utiliser la fonction main levée dans Zoom et d'attendre, tout comme si vous étiez au microphone, d'attendre d'être reconnu par le coprésident. Et lorsqu'il vous reconnaît, il vous donne la parole, vous pouvez vous adresser à l'Assemblée. Alors, tous les micros sont fermés tant que nous n'annonçons pas ou nous ne demandons pas d'ouvrir le microphone. Alors, il est maintenant... Il est maintenant 8h50. Alors, merci. Thank you. Il est maintenant 8h50. The meeting will come to order. Alors, la réunion va commencer. Il est 8h50. Et I will ask Larry if you can please, no, I'm not sure if I'm seeing signs in the back, but okay, good, thank you. I will now ask Larry, please, to start the grand entry, and I will call upon the host drummers from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations territory to come for the welcome song. Alors, la chanson de bienvenue pour commencer. Merci, drummers. T'es pas dans le chat. T'es pas dans le chat de Teams, c'est ça que ça dit. Ils t'ont sorti. Thank you, Jimmy Gwitch. Wow. I will now call upon the host drummers for the welcome song. Thank you. Merci, Miigwech. I will now call for the flags to be posted. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Alors, l'Assemblée peut commencer. The meeting will now start. Merci beaucoup. Merci de reprendre vos places ou de regagner vos places. Et un énorme merci pour cette grande entrée, this grand entry. Thank you so much. It was beautiful. Cela nous remplit d'énergie positive pour commencer cette assemblée. Et je vais maintenant... Thank you. Je vais maintenant demander à mon collègue Cédric de venir me rejoindre pour annoncer le prochain point. Alors, Cédric, à toi.
So good morning, everyone. Wiliksik-Pug. As you take your seats slowly, I just want to acknowledge our drummers, our dancers, our knowledge keepers, and our flag carriers, and as well as our regional chiefs and national chief for being here with us today. To start us off in a good way, I'd like to introduce to you guys knowledge keeper Dr. Gwendolyn Point, as well as Dr. Robert Joseph for an opening prayer to help us start this assembly with the good energy and the wise words from those who came before us. If I can have Dr. Gwendolyn Point and Dr. Robert Joseph coming to the stage. Knowledge keeper.
Te iatalatal, shashko with the chommel to squee, and halkamel the chommel to stalo. I'm not sure if our dear elder Bobby is here, if he's out there. But te iatalatal to each one of you, this, my hands raised, is saying thank you and welcome. Te iatalatal to our Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam for leading us in and welcoming each and every one of us to their traditional territories. Creator of all good things, I give you thanks for this day. I give you thanks for each one that is here with us. Creator, I give you thanks and that you walk with us today and this week. Special blessing on our leaders that are here. Special blessings on the ATIs, the work at hand. And Yayas, the work we do is sacred. Creator, special blessings on those that have traveled from afar to be here, that their homes are safe, their families are safe and healthy. Creator, I give you thanks today for each one again. I give you thanks for the staff that have taken care of us, the BC AFN staff and the AFN office staff that have done the work to bring us together. And to bring our minds and our hearts together to stay strong in your mind and your heart, to have that good mind and that good heart. Special blessings to each one. Hi, Chip Siam.
Well, Knowledge Keeper, Dr. Gwendolyn Point. I would look towards my staff and see is Knowledge Keeper Dr. Robert Joseph with us. I don't believe so, eh? So now for the welcoming of our host communities, we know.
Merci. Thank you so much. À la gardienne du savoir, Dr. Gwendolyn Point, pour ses mots d'ouverture, ses prières d'accueil et de nous permettre de commencer cette assemblée de la meilleure façon qui soit, avec des enseignements remplis de sagesse qui seront porteurs tout au long de cette assemblée. Merci. Et je vais maintenant inviter les Premières Nations hôtes de cette assemblée générale annuelle à venir nous rejoindre sur le podium et donner leurs mots d'accueil. I will now invite the welcome statements, openings by host officials, and I now invite Chief Wayne Sparrow to join me on the stage, please, at the microphone assembly. Thank you.
I'm Chief Wayne Sparrow, elected Chief of Musqueam First Nation. It gives me a privilege and honor to stand in front of each and every one of you and welcome you here to our shared territory, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. I want to acknowledge the National Chief, Regional Chief, and respected chiefs that are in this room, but I also want to acknowledge our elders. Standing outside and seeing our elders walking around gives such a good feeling. And our drummers, singers that bring us in a good way. I'm going to keep my comments very short because I have my cousins that are standing behind me that are also going to do it. And I'm going to ask each and every one in the room to be very respectful. When I came in, I had some of the elders come up. There were some signs that were there that are not appropriate in our territory, no matter what your opinion is. To see words like that is very hurtful to our elders and our leaders. So I'm asking each and every one to be very respectful and make the wishes of all of our elders. Haichka Siam, thank you.
Thank you, merci, Chef Sparrow. I now invite Chairperson Kelsalim, to address the Assembly. Thank you.
Tanoyap, san anaquaito. Since Squawins Quins, quite no me up to squire seats. Since Squawins Quins, Elsh Asco, Siam, Homatsquium, Stalmuch, Siam, Salewat all Stalmuch. It's sauce to meoch, 80, to Homatsquium, Swatmish, Salewat all. Chick Quinman, Swat, what 80. Amen. Unslate Quinset, Tsot, Tanoyap. Che wa into Arwen, Nate, to Smanham. Qui hame to Melchiok. Qui out Stalmuch. Swat to Mantman, to Ocho Melchit. Nate na, Tima, qui swat Askakonewas. Chit what sets up neat to Quetzi wit. Swat amchit. With Chinquanman eoch tanoyap siam, 80, et hatsens quawin, et quis tlak no motitsits. Tma tight, tma, quian snitchum. Dear friends and relatives, I really raise my hands to each and every one of you for being here. I want to thank my dear relatives, Chief Wayne Sparrow, Chief Jen Thomas, my respected colleagues. We are from the three nations of this land, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Our three nations have lived in this territory for thousands of years. We are three families with distinct histories as three distinct peoples with our own histories throughout this land. Stories, connections, our names come from these places around here, our lineage comes from these places around here, and we're woven together as three nations in this territory of Vancouver. And I'm really honored to stand here on the stage with my relatives, on behalf of Squamish Nation, where I'm the elected chairperson, on behalf of my council, my elders, my people, to welcome you all here to the shared territory of our three nations. I'm really honored to have all the leaders here. I want to raise my hands to the BCAFN who approached the three nations following that protocol and asked, can we host the first in-person AGA through this pandemic in over 2 years? Can we host it in your territory? And they came and asked us for our permission to do that. And we gave it, and we worked together to help put on this wonderful event for all of us to come together to bring that true spirit that we have from our people who have sent us to be here, from our ancestors who have laid down that path for us to follow in their footsteps and to carry on that good work, and for those future generations who need us to be successful at what we're doing for them as leaders, for those future generations who aren't here yet, who need us to work together, to achieve results, to make things happen, to benefit our people. And I raise my hands to each and every one of you, whether you're here as a political representative, as a staff, as an observer, to come here and give part of your life to this work. And I raise my hands and thank you for that. Here in this territory, our three nations have come together. We established a protocol agreement amongst our three nations to help formalize the ancient family connections that we've had for thousands of years, to work together, to have good governance in place, to support our nations creating benefits for our people. And just as an example of that, we've been recognized in the Vancouver Magazine as one of the most powerful groups in Vancouver because we came together and created good governance. Our three nations are the largest private landowner in Vancouver. And it's through that coming together, that collaboration, and the good governance that we created that we're able to do that. And that's my message today for all of us to think about, is what is the good governance that we need in the AFN to be able to achieve those results, to have that positive impact for our communities. I really want to raise my hands to National Chief and thank her for putting her name forward in the recent election. I want to thank her for being here. And I know that we have some hard work ahead, but I for myself, call in the teachings of this land, this place that has taught our people for so long to help us through these times. And I raise my hands again to each and every one of you, to all the organizers who helped make this happen. And I just, in the bottom of my heart, I feel really grateful to be here with each and every one of you to do really important work for our communities. We'll see you.
Thank you very much, Kelselim. And now I invite Chief Jen Thomas, Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, and welcome on behalf of MST and on behalf of Tsleil-Waututh Nation. I want to thank the drummers and singers for opening us in a good way. When they sing our songs, it's medicine, It brings our ancestors to the room, so thank you for that. Thank you to the Regional Chief, Terry Chiji, and National Chief, Roseanne, for always honoring our MST protocol and remembering the three nations here in Vancouver. It really does go a long way. When we work together and stay together, there's positive outcomes. I look forward to positive changes with all of you, all the leaders across Canada. We have to work together and stay together because we do it for our people, for our members, for our elders, for our youth, and for our future generations. That's what I'm hoping for, that we can do. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Chief Thomas. Merci. C'est ce qui conclut nos mots d'accueil par les Premières Nations hôtes. Thank you. Merci. And I will now turn the floor over to Cedric.
Well, to our host chiefs and chairpersons. So now we will go towards our territorial welcome, and I would like to invite Regional Chief of the BC AFN, Terry Chiji.
Merci, Cédric. Deneza, Tsekuza, Skyza, Samoygat, Simonak, Simowagat. Chiefs, hereditary chiefs, regional chiefs, national chief, elders, youth, residential school survivors, residential school intergenerational survivors, delegates. I first of all want to thank Chief Wayne Sparrow, Chief Jen Thomas, and Casilib for allowing me to do this business on their territory. The unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, the Coast Salish people. Big thank you, Masi Cho, for allowing us to do this very important business here over the next 3 days. It's been a long 2 years since we last met in person in 2019, the AFN AGA. And during those 2 years, our people in this province of British Columbia and in this country we call Canada demonstrated and showed their resilience during this COVID-19 pandemic. 100 years ago, our ancestors didn't fare too well during the Spanish flu. And we've lost many loved ones 100 years ago, and like then, so did we over the last 2 years. I want to acknowledge all those that we've lost to this pandemic and all those that we've lost because of the opioid crisis, the other pandemic that our people, the Indigenous peoples, are overrepresented. And all the many other issues, the social issues that we are tasked with to deal with and represent here as Assembly of First Nations and as chiefs and as leaders in the best way forward. And as we continue to find more and more children in grave sites, and what we've seen in Tecumseh to Secwepemc, the 215 that really began the discussions of the issues of the residential school system, it becomes quite clear that the healing journey continues on. And this, the theme, walk the healing path. We are all walking that healing path as we come out of this pandemic and continue to deal with issues such as the residential school system. And during this AGA, we will recognize those that went to the Vatican to witness the apology of the Pope, and also here in Canada, in Edmonton, in Quebec City, and in Iqaluit. Really important discussions as we continue to find more and more children grave sites, well over 10,000 in Canada and the United States. And certainly what we've seen over the last few weeks here at the Assembly of First Nations is that there is much work to do with the AFN to fix the foundations of the AFN. And with the national chief and our colleagues, the regional chiefs, we're willing to do that work. I appreciate my British Columbia chiefs, Team BC, as we went back to our caucus rooms to think about what are those solutions. And I really thank them for providing insight, leadership, and recommendations to move forward. And I'll do that as regional chief of British Columbia, and I'll share that with my colleagues from different regions. And we do have a film tonight, The Doctrine of Recovery, that I hope you all stay and watch. A really important discussion and documentary about our Indigenous experience. I want to thank my board of directors. When I approached them, Cook P. Roseanne Casimir, Chief Linda Price, Chief Elaine Moore, Chief Harvey McLeod, Chief Jerry Jack. I asked them, what do you think about hosting the Assembly of First Nations AGM once again? Well, little did I know I was the only one that put the name forward, and here we are in this beautiful place we call Vancouver to meet with well over 2,300 registered, perhaps even more, not only virtually but here in person to really have these important discussions about the future of the Assembly of First Nations, but also the important work that needs to be done. The agreement in principle for the $40 billion, one of the highest compensations we've ever seen in the history of Canada. The United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, that is law. We need to do these important work over the next few days to make some decisions and move forward in our relationship with the colonial government. I certainly thank all of my chiefs for being here, all of you for coming to this beautiful place, the Coast Salish Territory, the place we call Vancouver, to have these really important discussions. And lastly, I want to thank my wife and my children for allowing me to do this important work on behalf of British Columbia. And thank you. I'm very optimistic that we can do the important work that is necessary, because quite simply, it's not about us in this room. It's about the people and how we move forward to represent them in a good way. Thank you, Wina, Cedric, Wasicho, thank you, big thank you.
Thank you, Regional Chief DG, for your welcoming remarks. And I will now invite the National Chief just to give her welcoming remarks, but we will have the opportunity to hear her later on today. So thank you, National Chief.
Thank you very much, Wina. Wachiamiswe, Roseanne Archibald Tishnakasinta Kotagamoshtakata Kochian, Monashkakoyaskashketan Kichinimoyan, Sakochmaga Nakaskanomas and Kichinita Unimoyan. First, I want to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I am very grateful to the three nations who have welcomed us with their protocols and songs and dance. I want to say miigwech to all of you chiefs who have traveled across this country to be here, to look at all of the issues that are in front of us. And I want to thank all the chiefs and proxies who are online, listening in, looking toward a positive future for our people. This meeting is a seminal meeting. This meeting is a historical meeting. And I know that we will be able to walk through this in a good way together. And so there will be a lot that will be discussed later. And I won't touch on any of those things right now, because this is about welcoming you and thanking you for being here, thanking you for the work and sacrifice that you have done in your communities and the work that you are doing here today. I wanted to also address these signs that everybody knows me, I don't swear, and I'm totally against cussing, and I sometimes find that when people are swearing, it's a form of violence, it's a form of verbal violence. And so anybody who wrote things that are negative or putting down others, I disavow that. Those are not the people that support me. The people that support me want change. The people that support me want to see us walk forward together in a good way. The people that support me love and care for our people. And so I'm standing here today to welcome you and let you know that I love and care for each one of you in this room. And I love and have a deep and abiding love and care for all of our people. And that's a quote that I got from Grand Chief Doug Kelly. And that's what we have to walk forward with in this meeting, is to hold that space in our hearts for a deep and abiding love and care, to hold that space in our hearts for healing, to hold that space in our hearts to make sure that this meeting and this organization meets the objectives of helping our people. So as National Chief, I remain committed to that, and that's why I'm here today. That's why I walked into this room with the Eagle staff. It's why I drove across this country to get here. So miigwech, I'm really looking forward to our discussions, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to address the difficult issues we will address today, and then let's get on with the business of what we need to do to look toward the future for our people. Let's move ahead together. Miigwech.
Thank you, National Chief. Thank you. Merci, Chief Miigwech. Alors, j'aimerais maintenant inviter à venir présenter le rapport du Conseil des gardiens du savoir. It is now my honor to invite the knowledge keepers, and please welcome Dr. Gwendolyn Point to come on the stage and join us to give her report. Dr. Point, I see her just there, so. And I also invite Charles Hume, the co-chair of the Knowledge Keepers Chair, to give their reports. It will be the time for them to present and address the Assembly and give their reports. Thank you. Merci.
Weena. Elatis Ti'Iatalato, good morning. And again, this is thank you. I'm with my co-chair, for the Knowledge Keeper, AFN Knowledge Keepers, Chuck Hume. Want to acknowledge our two MCs, Weena and Cedric, for taking care of us. And before we start, I'd like, we have knowledge keepers from every region, and they're sitting here at the table. If you don't mind standing up. And really want to say thank you to Eldon Bernard, our knowledge keeper, who took care of us for the last few years and held the chair position because of COVID. And thank you, Eldon. So my traditional name is Shaishkawit, and the language we speak is Halkamelam. And I come from the Stolo territory, just upriver. And it's really special to be here with our relatives from Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam. The songs this morning, it was so special to hear the songs bringing us in. And I can remember the first song that I heard was from my grandmother as a child. But, you know, they were stories. What you've seen today, the regalia, and hearing the songs, that wasn't a part of certainly our growing up. No one spoke our language. There was no regalia. There was no ceremonies. So to witness that today and to see the different regalia that people are wearing that representing who they are is pretty special. So it really is an honor to stand here with the knowledge keepers from across Canada. And I know Bobby Joe would be here with us. And I thank the leader. It was Shane, Regional Chief Shane Gottfredson, that came to my home a few years ago. And he asked me if I would be the elder, the woman elder for BC. And at that time, I told him I would not say no. But I told him I still had elders in my family, both sides of my family, my dad's side, my mom's side, including my mother-in-law, who today is 94. So to be called an elder was really difficult for me. So I was grateful when the term knowledge keeper was coined. And I can tell you I'm proud to be Huilmuch. I'm proud to be Huilmuch. And I'm grateful to each and every one of you for your ATIs, for your good work. So I was brought on as a BC AFN knowledge keeper in 2015, I believe. And I've learned so much from the knowledge keepers across Canada. And the report we have is the work that we've done over the last year. So they asked me to bring special greetings to each one of you, the chiefs, the proxies, the technicians, the Quad Council members, and First Nation representatives. And the Knowledge Keepers have been a part of the AFN since its foundation. Our council provides spiritual and political guidance to staff at all levels of the organization. For more than 40 years, and as a long-standing pillar of the AFN Charter, Knowledge Keepers have offered a calming influence to the leadership and the organization, grounded in our ceremonies and our teachings. We keep our traditions, values, languages, and history at the forefront of everything we do. It is our obligation to ensure success and the well-being of our youth, just as our ancestors did for us. And it is our pleasure to welcome the new portfolio holder for the Knowledge Keepers, the Northwestern Territories Regional Chief Gerald Antone. We look forward to working together with him on our shared priorities and goals. And I share this with Knowledge Keeper Chuck Hume.
Yes, thank you very much, Gwen. Traditionally, I come from the Yukon Territory. My parents thought it best, that all of us children be naturally born. So we're all born in different places within the Dalton Post region. And this region here was belonged to the Tlingit ancestry, coming from Dry Bay. Both of my grandparents were hereditary chiefs in that traditional territory. And henceforth, I learned my language until I was about 6 years old, and then some scary moments took over, and winding up with our family being split apart, and residential schools stepped in, took us away. And our family, in the end result, wound up with 3 different churches. So none of us kids went to the same school, and they made sure of that. But henceforth, I came out and left the Yukon Territory, and I left for quite a while. Coming back, my mother had passed on, my grandparents had passed on, but I had finished my education, which was my main goal. And I became an electrician. I did all of this myself. And my dad, of course, he worked on the Haines Road, the military having to give up his status to work for the military at the time. So we became non-status, and a whole raft of things again took place over our lives. And my grandmother always said, sometimes she says, you're going to come back home, and which I did. But it split our family. And over the years, I still ponder on things like that. I've never ever asked the government for residential school dollars. I just told them to keep it. I was pretty disgusted, and I still am today. But right now, I used to be a counselor for the Champagne-Ajac First Nations, which is self-governing First Nations. Negotiated the Yukon land claims along with 4 others, and never looked back. Also started up the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and again I stayed there for almost 20 years negotiating against the U.S. counterparts. And I think, when I look back at the time and hours, spent at the table, I still managed to do my job as an electrician And after a while, I thought, well, it's time for a change after 22 years being an electrician. I thought, well, I'm going to be a renewable resources, so I took law enforcement and became a national park warden and finished off my time again 19 and a half years as a national park warden. So I've spent my time, I've hooked up most of your communities in the Yukon with power, built power lines, ran the hydro dams, and quite a bit of interesting stuff. But you know, right now today I have 24 grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren. I have 5 generations in my family now. And the wife keeps saying, well, why don't you slow down? Well, there's a younger generation that I always think of. You know, they have to learn what I learned. And I'm the teacher now for my grandchildren. And that's what I want to do. And I have a little cabin now in Cluckshoe that I go back to during the summer or spare time that I want to. But the Knowledge Keepers, we met in mid-May and held an election, and Gwen Point and I were appointed the chair positions. Over the past year, we worked on a presentation of the draft Indigenous Knowledge Systems Framework by the AFN and officials at Environment and Climate Change Canada. The Knowledge Keepers Council reviewed, discussed, and dissected the framework to ensure its accuracy. Protocol, tradition. We then met jointly with officials of the ECC to share our viewpoints and more precise comments on the Knowledge Systems Framework. This meeting also allowed us to discuss next steps and identify potential obstacles. Several other points of our interest which may continue from this included addressing the legacy of shattered treaties, promises, domination, racism, and discrimination, and how Indigenous knowledge will be used and protected in the future. We also released a statement and very direct assessment to the Government of Canada on the long-standing fishing disputes and harassment taking place in the Atlantic Canada. We want to be clear, First Nations fishermen's rights must be recognized and respected. The Council also addressed the COVID-19 pandemic and also delivered a message urging First Nations peoples to return to their ancestral lands, to social distance themselves, and to encourage health and safety. Number one priority. Knowledge Keepers stood with and continue to provide spiritual support to the communities, chiefs, and members who are witness to the findings of the horrible genocide and legacy of the institutions of assimilation and genocide in Canada during this very difficult year. Our council continues to meet via Zoom and teleconference calls to update and keep others informed of activities within their respective regions and to continue to the overall efforts of the AFN staff, Executive Committee, and First Nations. The Council has continued to meet virtually, biannually, at the AGAs and SCAs to discuss issues and challenges facing the Council and to bring together new ideas. We are also engaging and trying to help other elders within their regions by sharing information and ensuring that everyone is kept to date on issues impacting us all. Currently, we are expanding the role of the Council and representing regions with the appointment of regional representatives document. Thank you very much.
Yes, Sam, thank you, Chuck. The Council, to conclude, the Council will continue to provide the assistance to the AFN Executive Committee, AFN staff, AFN Chiefs Committees, and to continue to provide support, guidance, and vision to all Quad Council activities. The AFN maintains its support and efforts of the Knowledge Keepers Council. It is essential that First Nation ceremonies and perspectives are reflected in all the work done regionally and nationally, and to fully integrate the input and participation of the Council into all its work. We have met throughout the pandemic, as Chuck has said, and we've did our best to support and provide spiritual guidance and guidance. With that, we're wishing each one of you a safe and healthy week, and to Iatalitzel, special blessings on the work at hand. Haitip.
I'd like to start off by saying thanks to our Knowledge Keepers for their update on their council. We thought it was important to start with our Knowledge Keepers really on top of an open prayer to really have that energy, that wisdom, and that knowledge that comes from them to share with the Assembly and really start us off in a good way. So Wlaliog, thank you to Dr. Gwen Point and Chuck Hume. This Assembly is an assembly of many firsts. It is our first hybrid assembly. As you see, once in a while when a chief opens their camera, they pop up on screen. As a reminder to those on Zoom, you will appear on screen if you do open your camera. Thank you, Chief Sellers. And another first that we have this year is the introduction of accessibility and disability inclusion in our assemblies, today here at this AGA, but also in our future meetings. We're working hard on creating an environment that is accessible to all of our brothers and sisters, no matter their disabilities or their specific needs. So today is an important opportunity to open our assemblies and introduce sign language into our process. We will be having a 5 to 8 minute quick crash course on different words, phrases that can be used in sign language to make sure that we are as open and accessible to anyone. You'll find in your kits a one-pager. I do believe it looks something like this that has certain moves. Okay. So, and at the same time, we also have a few speakers here with us today. So if we have our sign language team who can make their way slowly to the stage. We have with us today Dominique Ireland, who's an accessibility advocate, a young First Nations advocate for American Sign Language, but more importantly, for Oneida Sign Language, which was to me a surprise that our own languages can be spoken through sign. Dominique Ireland is from the Oneida Nation of the Thames Settlement, a member of the Turtle Clan, and has dedicated her life to her people, her culture, but most importantly, her language. We're also equally excited to introduce Debbie Parliament of Connecting Interpreting Services and her team of American Sign Language, as well as Langue des Signes Québec translators. So let's give Dominique and her team a warm welcome.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Thank you for the introduction. It's really an honor to be here today, and I am very honored to be here with all of you. Thank you for our opening prayer earlier, as well as the Knowledge Keepers for sharing with us. I do have a PowerPoint that maybe we can share with everyone so we can review some signs. I think it's important that we know that there are sign languages across these lands and Turtle Island, as well as the world. I think it's important for everyone to be aware of that. There's a couple of dates that are important. September 20th through the 27th is Sign Language Awareness Week. Also, September 23rd is the International Day of Sign Language, which is recognized globally. And November is Indigenous Disability Awareness Month. That an organization began in 2015. So I just wanted to be sure that to share some information with all of you regarding important dates to be aware of and that you can celebrate in your own communities, recognizing your peoples who may have disabilities or may use sign language. So today I'm going to be teaching you a couple of signs. So this is Oneida Sign Language. This sign, my thumb pointing in, my hands together. So if we could do it together. In English, this means my family. The next phrase, again, the thumb pointing in, your hand on your chest, and your hand on your shoulder. I'll do it again. In English, this means grandmother. And our third sign, I'll do it again. Translated into English, my grandfather. So these are important terms or signs that we have in our language especially when we're opening a gathering such as this one. Grandmother, part of the sign is the hand is on the breast. Because the mother feeds her children. And she does that from her breast, but she does it from her heart. And father, the hand is moved closer to the chest because they keep their family and their people dear to their heart. So this is the origins of the Oneida sign. And so we always have our grandmothers and our grandfathers behind us. And so the hand on the shoulder indicates that they are always there with us. So grandmother, hand on the breast and then hand on the shoulder, and grandfather, hand in the middle of the chest and hand on the shoulder. Thank you to each of you for allowing me the time with you this morning. I'm looking forward to the remainder of the AGA and the rest of our time together. Yanko.
So Walalio to our team who's here, again, as a new first in this assembly, and one that will be brought forward by the Assembly of First Nations for future meetings also, making really this a place of discussion between all our brothers, sisters, and cousins. Another first that I mentioned earlier is the fact that we're in hybrid mode. So we had a few people popping up behind us earlier. So we have chiefs joining us by Zoom, and they also have the possibility of joining us by phone lines. Once again, trying to make this as accessible for people from all across Turtle Island. This means that we do have certain processes that will have to be updated, and we wanted to go through what a test resolution could look like, just to make sure that everyone's on the same page, that we're all aware of this process, since there are a few little changes. The first step hasn't changed. We'll ask our technical team to bring up our test resolution that you guys will see on screens, as well as our Zoom members who have access to this screen too. We'll go through this very famous, in the past 3 years, resolution. We will go through the title as co-chairs. So for test vote DR00, entitled Pineapple on Pizza, we will go towards our mover and seconder, make sure that they're in the room with us or on Zoom with us. Read through, therefore be it resolved. The whereas, due to time constraints, you have access to them in your packages, so we won't be going through them necessarily. We will then go towards a discussion period. We have three ways to address the assembly. The first one is, as Weena mentioned, microphone 1 and microphone 2. So once we open the discussion period, you come up to the microphone and we will be going back from one to the next. If you want to talk, go to the shortest line, that's your best chance. To make sure that our chiefs who are joining us on the Zoom platform also have an opportunity, chiefs, I would invite you to use the raise hand function. This is the only way that the chairs will be able to give you the right to address the assembly. Again, bottom right hand, you have reactions. You click on that, raise hand, and we'll take care of the rest. We have a list of speakers, and Zoom wonderfully keeps them compiled with regards to who came first. And our final option that we have to address is by phone line. So we're working with our team that you see running around here that is going to keep us informed if anyone is on the phone line that wishes to address the floor. Once we close discussion period and we go towards question, this is where there are two ways to vote. For those in person here in the assembly, nothing's changed. We're doing it the old school way. We'll ask you to raise your lanyards. For, against, and abstentions. We'll ask you to raise your hands and keep them raised because our counting team has about 105 seats per area that they have to count through. So we'll give you a warning when it's okay to put your hands down. We'll be working with our distribution team to do all this count. For those on Zoom, it's quite easy. It's a poll. So you saw it pop up earlier. There's going to be a poll for, against, abstain, where the chiefs, and only the chiefs, this is validated by our team. Here you see it. Can vote. You will see the results live as they come in. So let's try one out. For therefore be it resolved that the chiefs in assembly, 1, chiefs affirm that pineapple on pizza is superior. I will ask that the Zoom vote be opened. Our Zoom chiefs, you can vote now on the Zoom platform. And those in the assembly who are against this resolution, please raise your lanyards. Some of you went really fast. Others are really indifferent. We give a chance to our distribution team to count, blah, blah, blah. We do the same thing. The chiefs in assembly who are for, please raise your lanyards. We give them the time to count. Chief White Duck, I saw you. And finally, we do the same thing, ask you to lower your lanyards and go to those who abstain. Please raise your lanyards. Distribution team counts. Once all of this is done, our distribution team will work with the technicians, with the people around, to compile the votes. from Zoom, from the floor, and from the phone lines, compile them together, and bring them up to us on stage where we will be able to announce whether the resolution has passed or has been rejected. Quick reminder, it takes a 60% of voting as for it to go forward. Weena will be able to talk about this in the next section on rules and procedures. In this case, I think it passed, let's say, sure. That's about it for the test vote. We just wanted you guys to see it visually, to experience it. If you like pineapple on your pizza, good for you. If you don't, good for you too. And on to our next section, which is more procedural for the adoption of rules and procedures. I'd like to invite Weena to address the stage.
Alors, c'est vraiment agréable de tous et toutes et tous vous voir aujourd'hui en personne. Ça faisait longtemps. Merci d'être là et merci à nos personnes, à nos participants au mode virtuel. C'est ce qui est... c'est la chance que nous amène la technologie de pouvoir se réunir, même si on ne peut pas se déplacer, mais au moins, si on veut se déplacer en ce moment, on peut. Alors, merci pour ça. Nous sommes maintenant rendus à l'adoption des règles de procédure. As you noticed, I'm speaking in French, sorry. So if you don't have your translation headset, it would be a good thing for you to use it or to go and take it in the back because I will try to do this in French, but I will include some English because I've been requested to provide some French, some parts of French in this assembly, the usual. So I respect what I have been mandated to do. Alors, on va poursuivre et maintenant, en fonction de la règle 26 des procédures, et vous trouverez les procédures de l'Assemblée disponibles en ligne sur le site de l'APN en anglais et en français. Et les règles sont très similaires aux années antérieures et prévoient des règles pour les assemblées en mode virtuel et hybride et en personne. Comme on est en mode hybride, on va passer un peu de temps pour regarder quelles sont les règles applicables pour un mode hybride. Mais comme vous le savez, on doit adopter les règles de procédure par voie de motion et on va ensuite... Donc, on va passer au vote et il y aura une période de discussion, évidemment, avant le vote, si requis. Et après, nous allons passer à l'adoption de l'agenda. Donc, l'agenda sera présenté par Cédric et adopté de façon distincte. Alors, dans votre livret de conférence, in your conference booklet, j'aimerais rappeler certaines règles qui sont très importantes et j'aimerais prendre le temps de vous les pointer. Alors, si on va à l'article 15 des règles de procédure, cet article est à la page 4, je crois, si je ne m'abuse. Non, pardon, 3. Alors, on comprend que les représentants inscrits, c'est vraiment important que seules les personnes inscrites comme chefs et mandataires ou mandataires sont réputées être représentants inscrits. Alors, c'est une assemblée de chefs et seulement les chefs et mandataires sont autorisés à venir s'adresser à l'Assemblée en utilisant le microphone de l'Assemblée ou les mains levées dans Zoom. Donc, si un chef souhaite donner son temps de parole à quelqu'un, si un chef souhaite inviter quelqu'un, si cette personne est reconnue par le président de l'Assemblée, cette personne pourra parler à ce moment-là exceptionnellement, sauf qu'il faut comprendre, c'est très important que le chef qui donne son droit de parole perd son droit de parole pour cette portion de l'agenda. Alors, il ne peut pas donner son droit de parole et parler lui aussi. C'est très important à comprendre, c'est ce qui est dans les règles. Alors ensuite, au niveau du quorum, et ça c'est très important, le quorum aujourd'hui c'est l'article 23 des règles. Et dans l'article 23, on va aller directement à la portion qui est pour le mode hybride. Alors, pour le mode hybride, On voit ici si la séance est virtuelle ou à la fois virtuelle et en personne, ce qui est le cas. Le quorum exige une majorité de représentants inscrits, tel que cela a été établi lors de la première journée par l'inscription. Et lors des autres journées, donc jour 2, jour 3, le quorum va être établi selon la majorité. Juste un petit instant, lors des journées subséquentes, donc le nombre de représentants inscrits présents dans la salle, en ligne et au téléphone, donc selon les 3 modes de l'Assemblée, tel que cela a été établi 1 heure avant l'heure prévue du début de la séance ou à une autre heure précisée par le président. Alors, ensuite de ça, très important, hein, les règles prévoient vraiment le rôle des co-chairs, des coprésidents, puis notre règle, c'est vraiment, on est là en fait pour vous aider à passer au travers l'agenda, faciliter les discussions pour que ce soit agréable, que l'atmosphère soit sécuritaire pour tout le monde, puis qu'on puisse protéger en fait aussi la minorité qui osent peut-être moins s'exprimer ou qui s'expriment moins. Donc, ce n'est pas de protéger certaines personnes, mais vraiment l'ensemble de la salle pour que vous partiez d'ici heureux et satisfaits du travail accompli. Ensuite de ça, donc, on pourra, s'il y a lieu, avoir recours à l'avocat de la PN si un point d'ordre est demandé. On pourra gérer à ce moment-là. Et ensuite de ça, bon, des autres articles, il y a 32, 33 qui résument un peu ce que je vous ai dit et 42 et 43 qui sont importants aussi. Alors, quand vous venez vous adresser à l'Assemblée, c'est important de dire en premier, de dire votre nom, votre Première Nation ou votre communauté et dire si vous êtes un proxy, un mandataire. C'est important de dire si vous n'êtes pas un chef aussi, donc chef ou mandataire. Et aussi, je vais vous demander, surtout pour aujourd'hui, ce sera important lorsqu'on va adresser des résolutions, de mentionner lorsque vous venez au micro si vous comptez parler pour ou parler contre la résolution ou c'est simplement un commentaire neutre. Alors, c'est important de le mentionner, ça va nous aider et ça va aider toute la salle à bien comprendre les interventions. Et parce que j'anticipe qu'il y en aura quand même aujourd'hui un peu, alors ce sera important. Alors, maintenant que j'ai expliqué ces principales règles pour l'Assemblée, je vais maintenant demander... Ah oui, merci, mon coprésident, merci beaucoup. Alors, j'ai des informations importantes pour vous. J'ai le quorum. Alors, le quorum est de 50 221 représentants inscrits. Et pour qu'une résolution soit adoptée aujourd'hui, le jour 1, donc 60 donne 265 représentants. Alors, vous avez les informations pour les résolutions qui seront présentées, les projets de résolution qui seront présentés un peu plus tard. Alors, j'aimerais maintenant annoncer que la motion, si on peut mettre aussi la motion pour l'adoption des règles de procédure à l'écran. If you can please put the motion to adopt the rules of procedures up on the screen, please. I'm not asking you in the room, I'm asking to the technician. So, technician, please. And I'm not sure if you have this, but maybe you don't have. Doesn't matter. Je m'excuse, j'ai encore changé à l'anglais, alors je vais continuer en français. Alors, de toute façon, on est en train d'adopter la motion pour les règles de procédure 2020 de l'Assemblée générale annuelle 2022. I'm now looking for a mover for this motion. J'aimerais avoir un proposeur dans la salle. Est-ce que quelqu'un veut bien proposer cette motion pour adopter les règles de procédure pour l'Assemblée annuelle 2022? I'm looking for a mover. Who's the winner? Please, not all in the same time because it's going to take time. Merci. Oh, le microphone numéro 2, s'il vous plaît, si vous pouvez ouvrir le micro, please. Microphone number 2.
Good morning, Weena. I'm from British Columbia. I barely speak English. Didn't understand a word you said, except you're looking for a mover for adoption of the rules and procedures of the Assembly. My name is Doug Kelly. I'm a proxy for Chief Randy Leon Kokakapilt, which is in Chilliwack. So moved.
Thank you so much, Chief. But I think you understood the gist of what I said because you got it perfect. Thank you. So we have a mover. On a un proposeur et on a un coproposeur, je crois. Alors, microphone numéro 1, s'il vous plaît. Microphone number 1, please. If you can put the... We need microphone number 1. OK.
Chef Gérald Duquette de la bande de la Première Nation de Dokis, Chief Jerry Duquette from Dokis First Nation. I second the motion. The only thing, I understand French, but if we read the captions that are going up, I can't even read that, so just bear with everyone or get your headset because I understand every word, but I can't read what's said on the... So.
Thank you so much. Merci to second this motion and to support my advice, my earlier advice, to please go and take a headset if you need it, because it will be needed throughout the day and the coming days as well. Alors, merci, on a notre proposeur et coproposeur pour adopter le projet d'adoption justement des règles de procédure. Et nous allons maintenant ouvrir la période de discussion. Est-ce qu'il y a des discussions? Est-ce que c'est nécessaire d'ouvrir la période de discussion ou on peut passer au vote? Alors, je regarde sur Zoom, je vois aucune main levée. I'm looking now on the Zoom platform and there's no raised hand. I'm not... Yes, thank you. Question. Thank you, and I will, as a chair, I will accept this because I see no one at the microphone. So, est-ce que nous allons passer au vote? Donc, on ouvre le vote. Est-ce que quelqu'un s'oppose à l'adoption des règles de procédure? Any opposed to this? Seeing none. Any abstentions? Est-ce qu'il y a des abstentions? Seeing none? None? Okay, so I now declare we have someone, but I now declare the motion to adopt the rules of assemblies carried. Thank you. Alors, c'est les règles de l'Assemblée qui vont prévaloir pendant l'Assemblée. Et j'aimerais maintenant reconnaître le microphone numéro 1. Microphone number 1, please.
Merci. Just wanted to call a point of privilege. There are no more microphones at the back, and so as a delegate, I unfortunately am not bilingual in French and English, so it's hard for me to participate without the ability to hear the translation. So I'm just pointing that out that I and probably other delegates won't be able to hear the translation with the audio because they just informed me that they have no more.
Thank you.
And I think that's a barrier for many delegates to be able to participate. Thank you.
This is a really important comment you just made, and thank you to inform us. So, and I will accept this. I'll do both in French and in English until such time that we buy more headset or devices, but maybe I'll be waiting for someone to let me know or to inform me that everyone that wishes to have a headset is in a situation to have one. Thank you. So, microphone number 2, please.
Good morning. My name is Regina Crowchild. I'm proxy for Chief Whitney. I'd like to make a suggestion. I think Harold is sitting over there. Why doesn't he come to the chair and help you in English?
Thank you so much.
We need somebody up there.
Harold is our friend, and we recognize his presence. Yep. Yeah, so I think Harold will be flattered, and he shall be, because we really appreciate him. But for today and the 2 coming days, it's going to be only me and Cedric. And we will also ask for your help and your patience, because as you notice, we're only 2, and usually we're 3. So we will have to rush to the toilet, rush to many things instead of walking. So if you see us rushing to somewhere, it's because we're only 2, and it's a lot of work for 2. But we did it before, and you all perfect participants, delegates, and you all know the rules now, so I'm pretty sure everything will be perfect. So thank you very much. And on this, I will turn the floor over to Cédric. Alors, merci beaucoup pour l'adoption de ces règles. Je vais maintenant donner la parole à mon collègue Cédric qui, lui, va pouvoir vous présenter l'ordre du jour, le projet d'ordre du jour et passer à l'adoption ensuite. Merci.
Thank you, Weena. Merci, Weena. Very unfortunate to hear about the translation devices. C'est malheureux d'entendre que les systèmes de traduction ne sont pas disponibles pour tout le monde. Puis on va regarder avec l'équipe pour s'assurer qu'on puisse avoir une solution à ça. So we're going to look with our staff to see what kind of solutions we can have. I'm sorry to translation right now. I know I'm switching, but we've got to do what we've got to do. So for the next part in our procedures, we have to go towards adopting the proposed agenda. The agenda is available on the AFN website, and I do not believe we have it on the screen. L'agenda, c'est la prochaine partie à adopter, donc nous allons prendre le temps de faire le tour de l'agenda complète. Par la suite, aller pour une motion, un secondaire, et par la suite, voir pour adopter l'agenda. So we're going to look towards going through the agenda completely, going to look towards a motion, mover, seconder, and finally adopting the agenda. So for our first day, we're here for 3 days. First day, we started with the call to order, grand entry, opening prayer, welcome by host officials, territorial welcomes, and the Knowledge Keepers update. We are now in item number 2, test vote, adoption of rules and procedures, and adoption of agenda. We will then go on to an address by the AFN National Executive Spokesperson, as well as an address by the National Chief, Roseanne Archibald. Once these are over, the agenda goes towards charter resolutions. So we have draft resolution 1 and draft resolution 2. We will go towards the emergency resolutions after that, special business, investigation and audit, as well as non-confidence. We will break for lunch around these times. Again, the chairs will be looking at the schedule as we move forward. Coming back for organizational resolutions, and at the end of the day, a blanket dance for the young family, which was requested by Chief Marcel Head. After this, we will have, as mentioned by Chief Terry Tigi, honoring the AFN delegation that went to the Vatican, and end of day 1. There's also, at the end of the day, the Doctrine of Recovery premiere movie made a documentary headlined by the Academy of Canadian Cinema and Television, award-winning actor Crystal Lightning, which will take place here in the Convention Center. I'm going to bring up the French version to read through it in French. And as that's loading, we'll keep going to day 2. So day 2, we will have the remainder of the AFN Council reports, our Women's Council, our Veterans Council, as well as our National Youth Council. And I want to take the time to recognize my brothers and sisters that I see here helping out with our elders and our veterans, so raise you up. We will have an update on Resolution 13 from 2020. We will go towards the presentation by youth from Oneida First Nation. We will have the resolutions process on support for the Assembly of First Nations Women's Council. We will then move on to one of the regional updates by Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse from the Manitoba region, go through a bunch of resolutions and towards a wellness break. We'll then have the update by AFN of Quebec and Labrador Regional Chief Ghislain Picard, a plenary on First Nations policing as an essential service, as well as resolutions on a Chiefs Committee on Justice. That will be when we break for lunch on day 2. To come back with an AFN British Columbia region Chief Terry Tigi update, as well as a plenary on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Action National Plan. We'll go back through resolutions, and then for the rest of the day, resolutions. AFN Northwest Territories Regional Chief Update, Gerald Antoine, and again, more resolutions if we have the time. And finally, for day 3, we will start off with audited financial statements. So we'll have our Chief Financial Officer as well as Deloitte here to talk about the audited financial statements. We'll have an update from Regional Chief Joanna Bernard from the New Brunswick region, as well as Regional Chief Darlene Bernard and Roderick Gould, who will give us an update on the PEI region. Continue going through updates, resolutions, an update from the AFN Yukon Regional Chief, Kalani Adamek, more resolutions, AFN Regional Chief Glenn Hare with his update, resolutions, AFN Nova Scotia Newfoundland Regional Chief Paul Prosper, resolutions. Same thing with Saskatchewan. Then on the end of the third day in the afternoon is when we will be having different leaders from the political parties coming to present to the Assembly. So we have the Green Party, we have the Honourable Mark Miller, we have the Honourable Paddy Haiju, the Honourable David Lametti, as well as Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP. We will then go to closing remarks and closing of the Assembly. Pour l'Assemblée en français, donc la première journée est vraiment basée sur l'ouverture de la rencontre. C'est disponible en ligne sur le site de l'APN. Après ça, les adoptions des règlements et des procédures comme on a aujourd'hui, ainsi que l'agenda. On va aller à une discussion par le chef, des représentants de l'exécutif, ainsi que par la chef nationale Roseanne Archibald. On va faire des résolutions au travers de la journée et finir avec une cérémonie de couverture pour la famille Young. La deuxième journée, à la fin de la première journée, nous allons avoir on va parler avec la délégation du Vatican pour les honorer avec ce qu'ils ont donné pour nous, et ainsi qu'une première d'un film, un documentaire qui a été créé par une jeune Première Nation. Au début de la deuxième journée, nous allons avoir les conseils qui vont venir nous faire leur rapport annuel, ainsi que différentes mises à jour sur la résolution 13 en 2020, ainsi qu'une présentation de la jeunesse de Oneida First Nation sur l'état d'urgence chez eux. Durant la journée, on va faire des résolutions ainsi que des mises à jour des différents chefs régionaux tout le long. Pour jour numéro 3, c'est là qu'on va avoir les rapports financiers vérifiés et au travers de la journée, nous allons avoir encore les différents chefs régionaux à faire leurs mises à jour ainsi que les résolutions au courant de la journée. À la fin de la troisième journée, c'est là qu'on va accueillir les représentants du ministère fédéral et des différents partis, donc le Honorable Mark Miller, l'honorable Paddy Haiju, l'honorable David Lametti et Jagmeet Singh, le directeur ou le président du parti, nouveau Parti démocratique. Finalement, nous allons aller vers la fin. Merci de patienter pour nous. La traduction étant un enjeu en ce moment, on le sait que c'est la réalité dans nos communautés. On n'a pas choisi. Parfait. On va être comme ça pour la prochaine heure. Il devrait y avoir plus de machines pour la traduction qui arrivent bientôt. So, thank you for understanding that we have a certain reality in which right now we're having issues with translation. In the next hour, we should be getting more devices. So Kel Salem will make sure to address that in the next hour, make sure that everyone can understand each other. So now I need a mover for the agenda to move the motion to adopt the agenda. Do I have a mover in the room? Microphone number 1, please.
And I move it. Chief Amanda Lease from Whitehorse, Yukon.
Chief Amanda Lease, thank you very much for moving. Do I have a seconder? Microphone number 2, please.
Good morning, Cedric. Doug Kelly, proxy for Chief Randy Leon, Cockapult. Prepared to second the motion to adopt the agenda, but I have some friendly amendments. And if I may comment on the reason for those amendments. Thank you. I love the theme of the meeting, walking the healing path. Now, there's a cynic within me. He can be really sarcastic, and he loves to fight. So part of me, when I read that, I thought, wow, we're going to pick a fight. We're going to have a fight in front of Canada and the world, and then we're going to start walking the healing path. But I heard my brother, Terry TG, this morning saying, we have so much to heal from. COVID-19 and what it's done to us. How we've been isolated from our children, our grandchildren, our families, our workplaces, those that we love. What it's done to our mental and physical health. Some of us went through a heat dome. Holy smokes. That led to wildfires. Now we're looking at high waters, flooding. Not to mention residential schools. Not to mention all the other troubles, social, economic, cultural, and spiritual, that our people face each and every day. That's what we're walking the healing path from. I do not want this assembly to add to the burden of healing. And when I look at the agenda, there's a real opportunity for us to add to that burden of healing. And I would hope that we can exercise lateral kindness, not lateral violence. Chief Charlene Bellew, many of you will know her from Esquette. She had an elder, I cannot remember Fred's last name, but Fred put together commitment sticks for chiefs and leaders in British Columbia. And what we're committing to do is to practice lateral kindness and in a good way challenge and confront lateral violence in a good way. And we heard that from our host chiefs. They set a very high standard for how we carry ourselves while we're in their house, while we're in their homelands. They've asked us to be respectful. They've asked us to listen. They've asked us to be understanding. They've asked us to be forgiving. And I think that's really important for us to remember. And so I heard the National Chief this morning tell us she loves us. Well, Roseanne, I love you too. I also love every one of your colleagues. Some of them have been around longer than me. Oh my Lord, Ghislaine, where have we been? I was saying to the BC chiefs yesterday, you know you're getting old when you started in First Nations leadership roles before some of the chiefs today were born. And yes, Derek, I'm talking about you. Derek Epp, I always tease him at home, young chief, go get her. So with that said, Cedric, the charter resolutions. I don't think we should deal with them on the first day. I don't think they should be our first order of business. They actually don't lay out a replacement to the Confederacy. So I think we should put them at the back end of the agenda, the very last two resolutions we deal with. For 20 years, we've not followed the Confederacy. Why would we follow it today? And does it have to be fixed today? It does not. Can we give ourselves permission to put it off? Yes, we can. And should we? Absolutely. So let's put that resolution off to the very end, and if we don't get it, oh shucks. There's always another assembly. So that's my advice, is that we move those two resolutions to the very end, DR1 and DR2 be the very last two resolutions considered by this Assembly, that we deal with ER3, and whatever the outcome of ER3, that we then do not need ER number 2. ER3 is really clear. And if ER3 is carried, then it's really, really clear. And if it's defeated, it's also clear that we do not need ER number 2. So my advice is that we not accept the agenda with ER2 as part of the agenda. And I'm prepared to second a motion that sets out that approach to our work. I know that every one of you here is here because you love the people. You're not here for the pay. You're not here for fame and glory.
Proxy Kelly,
You're
we
here
have to ask
because
you
you love the
finish up.
people. And so our organization's in trouble. We have to fix it. But we have to fix it with love, kindness, and respect.
Thank you, Proxy Kelly. I allowed a bit more time, but we'll be sticking to the 3 minutes for our next speakers. So Proxy Kelly made the proposed amendment that Charter Resolutions DR1 and DR2 be pushed back to the third day, as well as reviewing the necessity of having emergency resolution number 2. I look towards our mover. With regards to the adopted procedures, however, Section 28 does state that charter amendments should be first order in our agenda. So I would look towards our mover, who is Amanda Lees. Where are you hidden? I need to find our mover for the agenda. She was. Is that microphone 1 now?
Her one would be amended.
Is informing me, thank you, that due to the rules and procedures that were adopted as they are, with Section 28 clearly specifying that charter amendments or anything that affects the charter must be of first order, that the proposed amendment shouldn't be accepted, and that we should move on. A decision of the chair to see that. Looking for amendment with regards to ER02 to remove Emergency Resolution 2, non-confidence, from the agenda. If I go towards my mover, sorry for making you sit up and down. Microphone 1, please.
I'm okay with that. Thanks.
So we have an amendment to remove ER02 and to adopt the agenda. On peut faire ça, oui, non? Non? Retirer non-confidence. So I'm being informed by my co-chair that this motion is really to adopt the agenda. The resolutions that were accepted as late or as emergency, as well as draft resolutions, have gone through a vetting process, have gone through a system, so it'll be up to the mover and seconder to choose if they withdraw their own resolutions once we get there. However, your comments are recognized in the record. If I can go to microphone 1 for our mover.
Hi, sorry, I just have one amendment. Can we have a break at 2 on the agenda, please? It's a weird amendment, I know, but...
We'll make sure to call for breaks, and the chairs do have that power to call recess whenever we want. So we'll take sure to have a break around that time. Thank you, mover. Microphone 2.
Good morning. Sego se wigwego and wache during Cardinal Summers, Unyats, Haudenosaunee, Tyandinaga, Onquahamwe, Chapleau Cree First Nation, Proxy Chief for Keeter Corson. I want to thank the pipe carriers this morning for lifting pipe, the elder for the prayer, and acknowledge the land that we're on. I think it's a really important time that we hear from the National Chief, which we haven't had. We heard from the regional chiefs, so I would like to put that on the agenda. Also, too, I would like to call a point of order on the gutting of the charter in some of the amendments that are occurring in our package. There's a charter renewal committee that's reviewing. We haven't had proper analysis done. And I think we as voters and members here that we need to have that information. I don't think it's correct to bring things like the gutting of the Confederacy of Nations without any proper analysis and any path forward other than the executive chiefs. We see that this place is in turmoil, and a lot of it is caused by the infighting that's happening here. It's a little bit of an embarrassment for me as a First Nation person, and I think that those things should be completely removed off the agenda until a proper analysis is done and the investigations are completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy. This falls into the same category, so for your first comment on having the chance to address the Assembly, this is our next item on the agenda. So that is by both the Executive and by National Chief Roseanne Archibald. As to your point of order for the resolutions regarding the Charter, as mentioned prior, they went through the proper vetting process. They have been evaluated by the Resolutions Committee as being valid resolutions. However, once again, they will be brought to the stage, and we can see where we go once we get to that step. If I could go looking towards Zoom, there's no one. I'll allow for 2 more questions, and then we'll have to keep moving on for the adoption of the agenda. So if I can go to microphone 1.
Chief Doris Bill, Yukon. I would like that if we must deal with the charter resolutions first, I would like that we have the break be long enough for us to deliberate these resolutions. This is the first time some of us are seeing these resolutions, and we are still getting updated on some of the information. And these resolutions go to the core of this organization. And we need to make an informed decision as a region as to what we would like to do. So I really would like the time to be able to deliberate these resolutions properly. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Doris Bill. Microphone number 2 for our final speaker, please.
Miigwech, Wendy Jonko, Algonquins Pequawknagon First Nation from Ontario, and just to agree with the previous second last speaker there, that the National Chief, we have not heard from her, and she must be given time to summarize her annual report. And I do not have an updated agenda, so if somebody could perhaps bring me a hard copy, I'd really appreciate that. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Jocko. So I'm being made informed on that subject that copies of agenda are available outside the room, I believe at the registration table, so you can have access to those. They're available on the website also that you see. As for an opportunity to address, that has already been addressed by the chair. So we have our mover, we have our seconder. I will look towards the assembly, look towards our Zoom poll too, if you can open that up. Thank you, Technic. And see, is anyone opposed to the agenda? I see opposition, so we do not have consensus, so we will have to go towards a vote on motion to adopt the agenda. So those in opposition, please raise your lanyards and hold them above your head so that our counting team at distribution can have the time. As for our chiefs who are on Zoom, you now have the poll that is up on screen, as can be seen behind me. So please select your for, against, or abstain votes and click submit. Do not forget to click submit or else your vote will not be registered. We'll wait on our distribution team to finish the count. You're voting on the motion to adopt the agenda. And these are people who are opposed to the adoption of the agenda. For opposition. Yeah. Perfect, perfect. So once again, motion to adopt the agenda. People who are opposed to adopting the agenda. Remind people on Zoom that you have to vote for, against, or abstain, and then click on your submit button. I'll look towards the support staff. Is anyone on the phone lines right now? If you can get me that information, please. Distribution team. We're good? Perfect. So you can lower your lanyards. Thank you for that. Now, those who wish to abstain from the motion to adopt the agenda as proposed by the executive. If you could raise your lanyards. Seeing none. Those who are for the adoption of the agenda as proposed. Again, please keep your lanyards up as our distribution staff counts. That we have no one on the phone lines, so we'll be looking towards our Zoom and our members. Please remain with your hands up for those who are for the adoption of the agenda as presented. Perfect. So our distribution team has finished their count. You can lower your hands as the numbers are being compiled. We will wait to see whether the motion to adopt the agenda has been approved or defeated. That we will be having paper copies of this agenda available for chiefs in the back and outside the room if it's not already done by lunchtime. Could close the Zoom poll too, so that we can have final results from the Zoom platform. Our staff is compiling the data as we speak. And again, for translation services, I might go over the French. Fait que, donc, on a voté sur la motion pour l'adoption de l'agenda. Pendant que notre équipe de distribution sont en train de calculer et mettre ensemble tous les résultats des différents comptes, ainsi que les personnes qui sont sur Zoom. On n'a personne sur les lignes téléphoniques, fait que ça nous donne juste 2 systèmes à regarder pour l'instant. Moi, j'ai vu. On a le compte qui s'en vient. Je vais raccrocher là-dedans, Denis. Il a besoin de ça. Denis. Non, il n'y a pas d'amendement.
Puis on attend pour final numbers.
Merci.
Ouais, puis je vais aller porter ça. Aviez-vous Denis?
Il est juste là. As we wait on official results, from seeing the amount of hands that were raised for, we can adopt temporarily the motion to adopt the agenda so that we can proceed with matters for today, seeing the time it is already. And move forward, we will come back, though, with the final official votes, seeing the numbers we have on Zoom, as well as the hands that were raised. We can, for now, move on to our next agenda item. We will give you the official count in just a few moments. Perfect. So as we're waiting on the final numbers, we'll move on to our next section in the agenda, which is the addressing of the Assembly by our executive spokespersons as well as National Chief Roseanne Archibald. So I would look towards the 2 representatives for the national executives, the spokespersons Regional Chief Prosper and Regional Chief Joanna Bernard, to come address the Assembly. You will have 30 minutes, and the National Chief will have 30 minutes after. If we could have that set up on the timer, please. Thank you, technical staff. So, Regional Chief Joanna Bernard and Regional Chief Paul Prosper.
Gwe, Ninuptuk, Ach Bajazi, Ach Waliasikbul, in Delusi Sagama, Paul Prosper, Delewin, Buckingham, Mi'kmaq Nation. I am honored to be here on this host territory. I want to recognize Elder Gwendolyn Point, the host drum, those who have offered their guidance to this forum to be respectful, to heed to the teachings of this land and to the principle of healing. I also want to recognize the National Chief's comments in her opening address of love, which is something that I have been thinking about for some time. This morning on my way down here, in times like this, I offer tobacco in prayer to help me to find the words, to guide my words, to allow me to find a balance between my heart and my mind. Regional Chief Joanna Bernard will be providing a bit of a sequence to some of the events, but I will pick up a bit on some events before this AGA involving a court application brought forward by the National Chief regarding the decision we have made as an executive. And our decision is there in draft resolution number 3. It calls for a temporary suspension of the National Chief from her role as chairperson of the company, the National Indian Brotherhood. Also, her employment status with the National Indian Brotherhood, but also her role and function as National Chief. This was not an easy decision. It has been based on much discussion amongst our executive, many long days, many long nights. A lot of my colleagues, regional chiefs, have been dealing with a number of questions from you, leadership, and rightfully so. And so, when you look at these resolutions before you, there's a spectrum. On one side of the spectrum, you're going to see a resolution that seeks full reinstatement of the National Chief, the call for a forensic audit, the call for an investigation into the toxic work environment at the AFN. On the other side of the spectrum, you'll see a resolution for a vote of non-confidence. But there is a path, a middle path, which is our resolution, a resolution born from the many discussions and deliberations of my colleagues here, the Executive Committee. And that's draft resolution number 3. It is what we believe to be the middle ground. For you, as the chiefs in assembly, to validate our decision to allow this temporary suspension of the National Chief to continue until we get the results of an investigation, which is ongoing as we speak. We always look to the authority as the executive of the chiefs in assembly. It's outlined in the charter. We recognize that, but we had no alternative. With the facts that were presented to us and with the advice we relied upon from our lawyers. we suggest that we follow this middle path. The decision is yours to make, and there will be much dialogue and discussion that will ensue from this event. There are a number of stories, a number of narratives that surround this investigation and suspension. And there is a truth to be had through the findings of the investigation. That will take time. That will take time for interviews with the complainants, interviews with the national chief, interviews with the witnesses from a very trained and dedicated individual tasked with uncovering the truth. And with this truth, we can move forward. We can chart our path and deal with many of the immediate issues that we have faced upon us at this assembly here. My colleagues, as part of the executive, sit as a board within the company, the National Indian Brotherhood. As a board, we are under a sacred duty, a legal duty, to make decisions that are in the best interests of the company, to create and maintain a safe work environment, and to also express our faith and our belief and our trust in the many staff members who are part of that organization that are doing an exceptional job every day. I know these issues are tough. Within my own chief caucuses, with the chiefs within Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, people are torn, especially the women chiefs. They are torn with these events. And I really feel for them. I feel for everyone at this time. But there is a path forward. There is like a disruption in our family. And we need to take that pause to reset and regain our balance. Currently, we are in court proceedings. There was a court proceeding just before this AGA where an application was made by the national chief for that court to reinstate her as national chief. What we told the court was that decision does not rest with that judge within that courtroom. That decision rests with you. And that court agreed with us. We're going to be talking and you're going to be hearing about legal liabilities. Many of you have heard that term, liability and risk. And as a company, the National Indian Brotherhood, and as an association, the Assembly of First Nations, they face certain risks and liabilities, and they are mounting on us. There has been call for a forensic audit, and my colleagues are not opposed to a forensic audit. We welcome it if you welcome it. But we want to make you mindful of the fact of the financial history of the organization, of years of unmodified audits, and the need to just be mindful of the costs associated with that. But if you require it, we will address that. The other thing I want to mention is no organization is perfect. Not one. We all face our own unique challenges. And yes, as an organization, we can improve and we must improve. But I ask you, what would you do in light of this situation? What would you do if you sat, as many of you do, as a board member, faced with these challenges within your family? How would you address the issue? How would you approach it? And what do you expect as a board? I just want to mention that I have a tremendous respect and love for the National Chief. I remember when she was Regional Chief, I invited her to my territory, and she met with my chiefs. She talked to my chiefs, and there was a certain spirit I could feel in the air, a certain sense of hope, a certain sense of belonging, that things will change. And certainly during her tenure as National Chief, she did come to my territory, and we traveled together. And she's fearless. She has a deep and profound passion for change. I remember we would travel in my car, which wasn't the best. It was kind of a res bomb. But we would travel to these different communities, and she would talk to the members and to the leaders about a very important thing at the time, which is fishing and the moderate livelihood fishery. We went to different communities, and we went into the heart of the conflict to support Chief Mike Sack in Sauniaville. We went out on the waters with other leaders, and then she forgot her phone, and then she went back out on the waters, surrounded by DFO. We must find our path. As the National Chief mentioned, this idea of love must guide us. A speaker earlier talked about lateral kindness. We must look to that as well. And as the National Chief said earlier, we will be able to walk through this in a good way. The theme of this conference is walking the healing path. Within our many deliberations, I look to Regional Chief Antoine, who uses the analogy of a tree, and he says, although the branches grow out in many directions, we are all from the same root. My Grand Chief, and I want to recognize him, Grand Chief Norman Syllaboy, would remind me of the Mi'kmaq term, Don Wedibik Soltig. Where do we come from? What are your roots? A Grand Chief of long ago was asked that question, where are your roots? And his answer was, we sprouted like the grass from the ground. So with that, I just want to express to you that we will get through this. We will find our path, and we will use love to bring us into a better place. Walalio, thank you very much.
For technicians, can we put the remaining 14 minutes? It's 30 minutes total. Thank you.
Quay. Welcome. Bienvenue. I'm going to speak a little on the AGA and the unity that we should be focusing on. This week is about reporting on the AFN's important progress and milestones, and to hear from chiefs to reaffirm direction and priorities. We are here to ensure the priorities of our people remain the focus, and that we continue to move forward on what matters. And that's ending discrimination against our children, achieving safe drinking water and adequate housing for all our families, and strengthening our communities in ways that our people can thrive. Now today, we know we face difficult issues involving the AFN and its national chief. But the Assembly of First Nations has been through difficult times before, and we always found a way to gather around our consensus that we must work together for the well-being of the people. We do not all have the same opportunities, but this Assembly exists so that we can find our common ground. I will address the situation with the National Chief. Chronically, okay, I will not go through the whole chronicle of what has happened since May 17th. You can read all those details with transparency and accurate facts in the briefing notes that have been shared with the chiefs yesterday. But it is important to remember the Assembly is of this much. It all began with 4 workplace complaints made on May 17th and 18th. The complaints were about the National Chief's conduct in the workplace. They were made under the whistleblowers policy. That policy exists to protect the people and allow for fairness in the process and to protect everyone's reputation, both those who complain and those who are complained about, until the independent report can be received. So that is what we did. We had our lawyers appoint an independent outside investigator to look at this, privately and confidentially, to see that if there was truth to it, and what should be recommended to be done if it was true. We told the National Chief that we were doing this, and we told her, as she already must have known, that the whistleblower policy protects confidentiality until the investigation is done. So she must not breach that confidentiality and harm the fairness of the process of the organization she is supposed to lead. But the day after the National Chief was told that she would be contacted by the investigator, she gave a speech to the Ontario chiefs and accused the plaintiffs of corruption. She said that they were trying to get $1 million payments from the AFN. She issued a press release and another one the next day, accusing the complainants of also trying to set up a distraction and blocking her from investigating some kind of corruption of the AFN. In that pattern, she only continued. You all have seen the National Chief continue to make statements accusing others of the AFN of corruption and bad motives. You have seen that she went on CTV and made these allegations on TV, and none of them had any details or specifics. They are general accusations. What you have not seen is any answer to the question, was there anything wrong done in the workplace? That is the important question, and one that we must need an independent answer to. And we are trying to get that through a fair workplace investigation process, which the National Chief's words and actions have made nearly impossible. We have seen the National Chief take an AFN to court and actually asked the court last Thursday, June 30th, to make an order for how the Assembly should decide on the issues about the National Chief. Fortunately, the court did not see it that way at all and decided that this Assembly, the Assembly and the Chiefs in Assembly, are the proper place for such a decision. And you have seen that when the National Chief lost that case, she went around more confidential, she released or sent around more confidential information. On Friday, July the 1st, she accused a long list of contractors to the AFN over the years and suggested they were involved in corruption as well. None of these matters were ever brought to the Executive Committee, nor the workplace investigator. Instead, the National Chief continues to send them in emails and speeches and Twitter, where there are no questions to have to be answered or details need to be explained. And now, some of these contractors on that list are writing and telling the AFN that they may have claims. For releasing a list and calling people corrupt on the list, these people's businesses are in jeopardy here. They're being accused of corruption because that list doesn't say who did what or anything, but it's a list accusing everybody of being corrupt. We have taken this seriously as an organization, and we, as an executive committee, and this Assembly now needs to take action here. If the AFN is to continue as a useful organization, the National Chief has been making this impossible. So this is where we stand. We can read the details in the Chronicle. I also think it's important to say that we have not, or I have not seen, any specific basis for the National Chief's assertion that the investigation is about her gender. At least one of the complainants is a female, maybe more, I don't know, because I don't know the names or who they are myself. It's confidential to protect those employees. There is no specific allegations against anyone that their racism is part of an issue that the lead to the workplace investigation. The National Chief Archibald is the first woman to be elected to the head of the AFN, and she will not certainly be the last. And the leaders by my fellow regional chiefs who currently sit and actively participate in the executive should not be overlooked or understated. Also, I think they used to call this the Big Boys Club, but now this is the Boys and Girls Club. We're half and half. As you weigh this issue, this is what is important. This is a human resource issue, a workplace issue, and no one should rush to judgment. We should participate in the process like if it was within your own communities. If there was a complaint within your own workplace, you would be doing the same thing. 5 minutes? I've got 2 minutes left. Doing a proper confidential investigation is the right thing to do. It is the right answer for the complainants and for the responses that the National Chief had made publicly. It should be something that we have consensus on, and respectfully an independent investigation like happens in many workplaces. Thank you. Willie, you want? Oh. Okay, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Joanna Bernard. I'm Regional Chief for the province of New Brunswick, recently elected in December. So it's all new to me, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Regional Chiefs Prosper. Thank you, Regional Chief Bernard, for your address. Merci aux chefs régionaux Bernard et Prosper pour leur adresse à l'Assemblée. It is now 11:20, and here's what I propose. Sorry to switch. I'm going to say that in English and then in French. Here's what I propose. We will first hear National Chief Archibald, just right after I'm finished. And she will address the Assembly. And then I propose we break for lunch. And our lunch was originally planned and discussed. But, however, based on the comments we heard at the microphones earlier, I propose that we break for a longer time. So I propose that we break for 1 hour and a half. This means we will break, I'll let you know right after National Chief address is finished. I'll get back to you, and we will be all on the same page with at what hour we'll come back. But I just wanted for you to know that we heard you, and you will have time to lunch and to discuss these important matters before the Assembly. So I now have the honor of inviting the National Chief, our National Chief Archibald, to address the Assembly. And National Chief, as per what was adopted and as per the time limit that was respected by our regional chiefs, you now have, and please, if you can put 30 minutes on the timer, please. 30. Thank you. So, just to inform you that without respect, I will inform you when you have 5 minutes left and when you have 2 minutes left, and when your time, not your time, but when time is up, I'm sorry, sometimes the English, I will ask for the microphone, if needed, to be cut. So, thank you. Please welcome National Chief Archibald to you.
Before you start the timer, there's a request to put the live stream back on. People out there are absolutely appalled. Your members, our citizens, are being blocked out of this meeting. They have a right to know the truth.
The timer.
So, point of order has been called, and we've been informed by regional chiefs that chiefs are reaching out to them that there was a cut in the live stream. We will take a short recess to see and evaluate the situation, just to make sure that we have the right information, and we will come back to you. On pense 15 minutes, c'est ça?
15 minutes?
We'll take a 15-minute recess so that we can ensure a proper process and come back to you in 15 minutes.
Okay, it is now 11:39. Please be seated in the Assembly floor. Il est maintenant 11h39. Je vous demanderai, s'il vous plaît, de retourner à vos places. Nous allons reprendre la session. Nous avons pris une pause de 15 minutes et je demanderai à mon collègue Cédric de venir vous expliquer la raison de la pause d'abord. I'm looking at my co-chair friend. He's coming. He's not running, but almost. Alors, ça fait du bien d'avoir la porte ouverte. Hein? On a un beau soleil qui est là pour nous énergiser pendant qu'on a un soleil brun au-dessus de nous. So, please take your seat. OK. So, nous reprenons la rencontre. We continue the meeting. And now first, I will turn the floor over to my colleague Cedric. He will address the issue why we had to take a short pause or break, and then I'll come back. So Cedric, to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Weena, for that. And welcome back, everyone. As you take your seats, we just want to address the point of order that was raised by multiple chiefs on or regarding the live stream that is being broadcast externally. So after verification with the different teams, our technical team in legal, we saw that the AFN stream, the official stream for registered individuals, was live at all times. So that stream was uninterrupted and accessible to anyone who had registered to the Assembly. The streams that were cut off are streams that were on APTN and possibly on CBC. These ones were cut, but according to AFN, this was not by their request. Again, it's an issue of people had to register to have access to the live stream, and those that did still do. So for this point of order, knowing that the technical side of it is okay, the point of order is resolved as we still do have a live stream being cast to members who are registered. With regards to the decisions of APTN and CBC live streaming, that is of their own accord, we will look towards them contacting AFN if ever they do wish to live stream. But for now, as it stands, the live stream is available for registered members, so that is what is being maintained right now. So for the point of order, that is addressed, and I would like to turn it back to my co-chair, Weena Siwi.
Merci, Cédric. Et désolé de la situation, mais merci pour votre patience et votre compréhension. Alors, il est maintenant 11h43 et comme je l'ai annoncé un peu plus tôt, je vais maintenant inviter la chef nationale Archibald. Donc, c'est mon honneur de l'inviter à venir s'adresser à vous pour une période de 30 minutes, la même durée que la présentation précédente par les chefs régionaux Prosper et Bernard. Alors, à 5 minutes, je vais indiquer qu'il reste 5 minutes. 2 minutes, je vais dire qu'il reste 2 minutes. Et à la fin, les microphones seront coupés si c'est requis. Et je vous reviens tantôt pour qu'on puisse parler de le temps de pause. So, it is now my honor to invite National Chief Archibald to come to the microphone here to the podium and to address the Assembly for 30 minutes. So please start the timer once National Chief is here. To you, thank you.
Before I begin my comments, I want to turn it over to my legal counsel to reiterate a few legal points. I will speak, and then Chief Wendy Jocko will speak.
My name is Aaron Detler, and I'm one of the lawyers who's working with National Chief Archibald. She's asked me to make a couple of quick comments from a legal perspective, and I'm going to be very short. One of the issues that I needed to address was what I believe to be a misstatement by Regional Chief Prosper with respect to the legal proceedings that occurred in the Ontario Superior Court. The National Chief brought the application because the Executive Committee attempted to bar her from attending this session. They tried to stop her from speaking to you. The National Chief did not go to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice to have that court make a determination on who got to say what about Indigenous rights and interests. She simply went to the court to ensure that she could speak directly to the Chiefs of Assembly, and she was successful in that endeavor. It's only after she went to court that they withdrew the position that she should not attend. The second issue deals with this purported suspension. Legally, there is no suspension. The Executive Committee is asking you to endorse something that does not legally exist, from my perspective. The Charter is clear. The Code of Conduct is clear. The whistleblower policy is clear. The Executive Committee does not have the capacity to suspend a National Chief. They can make a recommendation to the First Nations in Assembly, and the First Nations in Assembly can then make a determination. But what they're trying to do, in my respectful opinion, and I'm going to try to keep what we refer to from where I'm from, Ganaquio, which reflects a lot of the basically love for one each other, what we call Ganarunkwa. But what's happening right now, in my respectful opinion, is them, as an Executive Committee structurally, trying to get you to endorse something that they couldn't do in the first place. And they teach all lawyers this very fancy word, nemo dat non habat. They're trying to get power to themselves, which they themselves do not have. The final point, before turning it over to the National Chief, is that as a matter of process, the HR policy was not followed. If there were complaints, and if there were complaints legitimately brought forward, then they should have worked their way up through the HR policy process via the Secretariat. For some reason, and I think everyone here can surmise some of those reasons, they bypassed the entirety of the process. And in my respectful position, they tainted this process in terms of how a healing path forward can be achieved. I received several pieces of information from news media with respect to explicit details of these alleged complaints, which only could have come from the complainant, the Executive Committee, or the Secretariat. We have never been apprised of these details, yet somehow the media was aware of them. And the National Chief has refused to move this forward in the public forum, and simply relaying information to chiefs as she's obligated to do it, in my respectful position, is not a breach of confidentiality. So with that, in those opening remarks, I'd like to thank once again the host communities, and thanks to the Chiefs in Assembly, and as well thanks to the Executive Committee for all their hard work, and turn it over to the National Chief. Now go.
Amigo Sharon, Wachimiswe, Roseanne Archibald Nittishnikasan. Bear Sage Woman is my traditional name, and I don't often share that in public. It is, to me, a very sacred name that speaks to the medicine that I carry. But I want to, first of all, thank all of you for being here. Thank you, Chiefs, again, for your work, for your energy, for your time. I want to start with one of my favorite quotes. The truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Set it free, and it will defend itself. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is the truth. The truth of what is happening at the AFN. Many of you know me, especially in Ontario. I am relentless in my pursuit of truth. And let me assure you that the struggle for transparency, accountability, and truth is an honorable and worthy cause. It's good to be here standing in front of you as the duly elected National Chief. As Aaron just explained, I am not suspended. Regional chiefs do not have the authority to suspend a national chief. That's why they're bringing tail end, working backwards, to bring you this motion, number 3, because they're trying to cover their tracks of the mistakes they made. Why did they attempt to suspend me? Because I told the truth about the corruption at the AFN. They don't want you to know the truth. They don't want me to talk directly to you. But I am obligated to talk to you under the Charter. I have a sacred, moral obligation to speak the truth. The AFN Secretariat and the regional chiefs and the NIB Corporation, as Chief Prosper talked about, is a colonial structure. It follows non-Indigenous laws. It's not grounded in our culture. It's not grounded in our values. It's not grounded in our traditions. It is a non-Indigenous corporation. And chiefs, that's why I came forward. The current structure is a threat. It is a danger. That's my oath. That I am here to tell you about the dangers and threats to your sovereignty, to your jurisdiction, to your rights, to the survival of your communities. And as it stands now, the National Indian Brotherhood Corporation is a threat to all of those things. How many of your regional chiefs shared full disclosure with you, all the facts? I don't think very many. They're hiding, being told to hide behind legal threats. There's a legal boogeyman in this room, and that's always held over our heads as AFN executive. But I know that my obligation is an ethical one, that I have a sacred responsibility above all else, above the non-Indigenous laws of this country. We have natural laws given to us by the Creator. These natural laws are our sacred responsibility to take care of these lands that the Creator placed us on, to protect our way of life, our self-determination, our self-government. This flows from the Creator. This is our highest obligation. Our highest obligation is not to protect the National Indian Brotherhood Corporation. I really appreciated what Regional Chief Prosper said about love, that he loves me. But you know what's happening? Lateral violence. Colonial lateral violence against me. And by extension, all of you as chiefs, because you put me here. I am your representative. I am your servant. I only exist because all of you put me in this position. So an attack on me is an attack on you. The regional chiefs have usurped your authority. It is your authority to determine what happens to the national chief. You elected me, not the regional chiefs. You determine what discipline I face, not the regional chiefs. It's time for you, chiefs, to take the AFN back. Assert yourselves
as chiefs. I know you work hard in your communities. I know that you love the people. We suffer sometimes because of our love. People attack us, but that doesn't ever diminish the love we have and the service we feel to our people. And I know all of you feel that in your hearts. You feel that love and care. It's why you're sitting here today. It's why you're sitting on council. It's why you chose this path forward, to lift up people, to help them move forward in life in a good way. And I said earlier, I believe it is your deep and abiding love and care that underlies all of your work, because I know it underlies mine. And as you look at me as the first woman national chief undergoing this kind of lateral violence, you must call upon this love that you have for your wives, your daughters, your granddaughters, your mothers, your aunties. You must call upon that love and say, this lateral violence will stop. I have always stood for transparency, accountability, and truth, always. Duncan Michano is in this room, Chief Duncan Michano. 1989, I was hired as a band manager. And we cleaned the organization. We healed it. And today they're one of the best run communities in Canada. And I did a small part of that. Everybody knows this long history I have. These 33 years of commitment to ethical, moral, spiritual, work. I recognize that as the first woman leader, as someone who has broken the ceiling 5 times, the glass ceiling, I've always walked with a different style of leadership. But it's always called for the same thing, which is transformative and positive change. And that's what we need at the AFN. We need to heal the AFN. Following decades, there have been decades of calls for reform. Decades. And that has been met with resistance and, in my case, retaliation. The reason we're here today and the reason I'm giving this speech is because I refused to give $1 million plus to staff in a staff payout. I refused. I knew it was wrong. This funding that I am entrusted with is meant to help you, all of your communities, all of your citizens. I can't hand $1 million to 4 people. I can't do it. It's meant for you. So we have come to a crossroads in our history, or as I like to say, herstory, because we recognize that underlying all of this also is intergenerational trauma, colonial violence that we have been subject to through these institutions of assimilation and genocide. That's what's playing out here too, intergenerational trauma. This is the healing that we need. This is our moment. This is our pivotal point. This is the time that we can begin to turn and move toward healing and healthiness. Yesterday, the executive talked about their press release. But we need to, and I agreed with them, we need to move forward. Once we finish this discussion, we need to go back to our agenda. There are items that we need to move forward on, and we can't spend another minute in this turmoil. Aaron explained that we had to go to court. I was forced. I did not want to go to a non-Indigenous court, but I knew that they could not stop me from attending this meeting. I knew it was unlawful. And I knew it was unlawful that they attempted to suspend me. Our theme has been mentioned many times, walking the healing path. For the last year, I've been talking about the healing path forward. Healing is not an easy road. I don't know if anybody's ever had a wound. Sometimes you gotta like open that up and let that pus run out. And then you gotta clean it, and then you gotta heal it. And sometimes that's painful. And sometimes that's difficult. Healing is not kumbaya. Healing is work. And we must do that work together. Not only for the AFN, but for the people who are watching this. All the citizens who deserve clean drinking water, who deserve a good house to live in, who deserve schools that they can proudly send their children to. That's what we're healing. And everybody is looking to us in this moment. You know, this is being called the biggest crisis in the 40-year history of the AFN. But I don't see it as a crisis. I see it as a great opportunity. It is a great opportunity for us to clean the AFN and heal it. We're on the right track, Chiefs. Make no mistake about it. Focus. Focus on the facts. I was not suspended because of an HR investigation. I was suspended because I talked to the chiefs in Ontario in an in-camera session and told them about my concerns that are 4 years old. They're not from April, May, June. They're from 4 years ago. And somebody recorded that in-camera session, and somebody shared that to the media. And that's when things went sideways. So I'm not suspended because of an HR investigation. I am suspended because I am speaking the truth. And when I think about the things that I've called for, they're reasonable. I sent you, Chiefs, information about bank transfers, about questionable contracts. I sent you this information. There's lots in the AFN that's hidden. You can hide it in an audit by directing your auditor to look at transactions that are innocuous and hide the other ones. These things are hidden. We need a forensic audit. We need it. We need a forensic audit in just 2 areas: staff payouts and contracts. Millions of dollars have been paid in staff payouts, millions. That's what the forensic audit will show you. You will see how money that is meant for you and your communities has been going into somebody else's pocket. We must have the forensic audit. The independent investigation is very important as well. Think about what's happening to me. Media leaks, stories, one-sided stories being touted in the news. Who's sending that information? Why are they sending that information? Why am I under attack? These are questions that you deserve an answer to. And that's what this independent investigation will show us. It will show us the toxicity that we must root out of this organization. It will show us where we need to heal. It will show us solutions out of this situation that has been building up for decades. Corruption at the AFN, that's not a recent story. That is one of the most widely known secrets in Indian country. You all know that. So I do have a plan. I do have a path out of this. We need to establish a new corporation based in our culture and values, based in our 7 sacred teachings. And that corporation will create a construct for staff to be healthy, safe, and have a work environment where they will celebrate going to. Right now, there's so much fear in the AFN. And it predated me, believe you me. So I think I want to tell you that Buckminster Fuller said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." That's our path forward. We need a new model. My vision is to honor what the regional chiefs are calling for. If they want to sit as administrative chiefs on a corporation that is grounded in colonial laws, then let them. We need a leadership council, a political leadership council. I want it to be those regional chiefs. I've asked them. Regional Chief Woodhouse said to me, "I don't want to be on your leadership council." He said that to me in a meeting. Well, who will be on the leadership council then if it isn't regional chiefs? Well, the path forward is let's set up a chiefs leadership council so you can take back this organization and we can transfer all of those staff that are in that toxic environment at the AFN Secretariat into a healthy corporation grounded in our culture. Our new AFN will exist to do several things. Create a national space where First Nations can participate in a forum to engage in dialogue and make decisions on your shared goals. To facilitate the reclamation, revitalization, and evolution of what I'm calling an international political structure. Nations that you all are made out of. Not individual bands, but nations. That's who you really are. Don't ever let this colonial structure convince you that you are one chief of a small band. You are a part of nations. And our nations made treaties. Our sovereignty, our inherent rights given to us by the Creator made treaties. Nations made treaties. We are nations. So I ask you to stand with me in this positive vision of the future. Stand with me in my deep and abiding love and care for you and your citizens. Let's walk out of this, chiefs, together. This suspension is unlawful. So when that resolution hits the floor, it should not hit the floor. When you support me, you will be supporting your own fights. I know many of you have told me stories about your own struggles.
5 minutes left.
Against corruption in your own communities. You know, chiefs, every day you're subject to lateral violence, many of you, sometimes really difficult situations. So when you support me, you will be fighting against corruption, not only in the AFN, but everywhere. When you support me, You will be saying no to lateral violence and yes to lateral kindness. So I ask you to support the resolution that I'm going to give some time to Chief Jocko to speak to, which is we need a forensic audit. We need an independent investigation. I want you to know that I am a warrior for peace, a warrior for love. That's who I am.
Wendy Jocko, Algonquin Pikwakanagan First Nation in Ontario. Fellow Chiefs, we are at one of the most important moments in the history, or as I would like to say, her story of the AFN. We have regional chiefs who appear to be caught in flagrante delicto in the midst of a coup against our first woman elected to the position of national chief. These regional chiefs have overstepped their authority and unlawfully suspended National Chief Archibald, who was elected by us as chiefs. Now they are trying to use corporate procedures to cover their mishandling of this situation. There are processes under the HR policy that require a 20-day period to allow the national chief to respond to any allegations that she has breached her duties. And the regional chiefs ignored this basic step that has resulted in procedural unfairness against one of the most admired and respected First Nation women in Canada. National Chief Archibald built this positive reputation over the last 33 years and has a long track record of ethical and honorable work for our people, a reputation others should emulate. It was only when she started to call for transparency, accountability, and honesty at the AFN that she started to be undermined, attacked, and discredited.
2 minutes left.
As chiefs, we know firsthand the devastation of this kind of lateral violence. We as chiefs have also come under attack for our calls for change and transparency. It is essential that we correct this situation and do as the National Chief has asked, to clean and heal the AFN. As chiefs, we hold the true political authority to direct the AFN's work. The buck stops with us. We alone elect the National Chief and the Regional Chiefs. The Regional Chiefs' actions are usurping our authority. This is a clear case of the tail wagging the dog. It's time for us to assert and uphold our responsibilities. Once we deal with this matter on the illegal suspension of the National Chief, we strike down their unlawful decisions. We must turn our attention to how we will deal with the discreditable actions of the AFN Secretariat and our respected regional chiefs. It's obvious to me as a chief that there are significant negative issues in the workplace of the AFN Secretariat. We need to fully understand this dynamic, its root causes, and jointly develop a plan to move forward. Chiefs, we must answer this with a full independent investigation into the AFN Secretariat and the regional chiefs. Someone must be held accountable for the treatment of our duly elected National Chief. The National Chief has shared information with us showing that AFN Secretariat staff transferred $100,091 from the AFN bank account to their own bank account in a salary payout and then received a contract to continue working in their job. Further, we learned that the AFN executive were directed by the AFN lawyer to keep quiet about the matter.
Please conclude.
We also learned that a few select chiefs who were already paid salaries from their communities have received contracts
Time is
from
up,
the
please.
former
Your
national
two next
chief.
sentences, please, to
There are
conclude.
these are just a few examples of what undoubtedly could be many potential and hidden financial irregularities for which we require forensic
sorry,
audit
I have
and
to
fully
ask to
determine
cut the microphone
extent of our
off.
financial improprieties.
I'm sorry. I know, I'm sorry. Okay, she'll finish. She's almost finished. I'll let her finish. Thank you.
Un momento. Chiefs, the resolution that Chief Lance Heyman and I presented must be supported so that we can clean up this situation and walk forward together in a good way. I thank you in advance for voting in favor of the emergency draft resolution number 01-2022, which speaks of truth, transparency, and accountability. Miigwech, thank you, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, National Chief, and thank you to her team, and thank you so much. You all respected the time. I'm sorry, I have the bad role here, but it is what it is. So thank you very, very much. You can now, National Chief can now take her seat, and her team can leave the stage. And as I mentioned earlier, we will now take the break, a lunch break, 1 hour and a half. So 90 minutes for lunch. And we will come back here at 1:40 p.m. So we will come back here at 1:40 p.m. I'm sorry, 1:50. I don't want to make any mistakes here. 1:50, 90 minutes lunch. 1:50 here. Thank you. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
Everyone, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope your second lunch was as good as your first one, and that you had time to discuss between chiefs, between proxies, and through all of this, make your voices heard. We've got a few little points before we continue on with the agenda. The first one is the results for the motion to adopt the agenda. We said we were coming back with these. So, just to inform you that there was a total of 224 votes, which respects quorum, and there was 185 for, which makes it 84% adopted the agenda this morning. As well, there was a situation that we were made aware of during our lunch break and during our recess, that a booth at the trade show was handing out red lanyards. As you well know, chiefs have red lanyards. So to ensure this, the AFN team increased the team at distribution. So we will have one scrutineer looking for the count, as well as one scrutineer validating and making sure that the appropriate lanyards, those for chiefs, are the ones that are being raised. So just to make sure, again, we ask for your collaboration. Do not raise your red lanyard unless you are a chief or proxy that is duly mandated. Third point, as we let people start slowly coming in, is with regards to translation. So we had an issue this morning where we were missing enough devices for the people on the floor. This has been corrected, so if ever you do need French or English translation, you can go to the booth in the back. We have one of our friendly staff with a white lanyard that is there to give you that machine to make sure that we can have these conversations together. At the same time, a message from said technician that for those who are coming back in the next days, you can keep your translation device with you and come back with the same one tomorrow. With sanitation rules and all that, it'll make it simpler. Just keep your translation device. The reason to go back is if you are leaving the assembly or if ever your battery runs out, just go and he'll be able to trade one for a brand new one. Other than that, I'm hoping that everyone's enjoying the assembly so far. We know we had certain files to address, and we will be spending the rest of the afternoon going through different resolutions that relate to the same topics. So for the discussions, you had the period with your caucus, you had the period during lunch and during the recess to address these files, and now we will be going towards resolutions for the rest of the day. as well as having a blanket ceremony at around 4:15 for the young family, as well as the honoring of our members who went to the Vatican this year. Correct? So, without further ado, and as our members are walking in, I will hand the stage to Weena.
Good afternoon. Bon après-midi. Merci Cédric pour ces mots et ces explications. Alors, nous allons poursuivre avec les sujets prévus à l'ordre du jour qui a été accepté cet avant-midi par motion à l'unanimité. Alors, nous allons commencer maintenant par le projet de résolution numéro 1. And I'm inviting you to go and get your translation device if it's not already done. But since we're dealing here with sensitive issues, I want to make sure that everyone can hear properly what is discussing, discussing. So I'm gonna make sure that I cover the first part in French, but then I'll probably continue in English. Alors, chefs et mandataires, je tourne votre attention vers le projet de résolution numéro 1. Merci de mettre le projet de résolution numéro 1 en français et en anglais sur les écrans. Ce projet de résolution numéro 1 et quand je ne spécifie pas qu'il s'agit d'un projet de résolution d'urgence, c'est que c'est un projet de résolution qui a été déposé dans les délais convenus. Donc, si je ne m'abuse, le 28 mai était le délai. Donc, c'est des projets de résolution qui ont été déposés dans les délais convenus. Donc, on les appelle on time draft resolution. Alors, c'est le titre. Oh, and talking about not being confused with draft resolution on time and emergency, we have a good example here on the screen. Sorry, but technician, if you could please put on screen draft resolution number 1, but not emergency resolution draft number 1. I know it's confusing. That's why it's really important to make sure we're discussing the properly draft resolution. So the resolution is entitled number 1, update AFN charter to remove the Confederacy of Nations organ. En français, le titre du projet de résolution numéro 1, qui sera mis très bientôt à l'écran, est « Mise à jour de la charte de l'APN en vue de supprimer l'organe de la Confédération des Nations ». I am now looking to see if we have our mover in the room and our seconder present in the room. For the moment, I just want to see you at the sorry. I'm sorry. Lance. Oh. Sorry, Chief Heyman. I'm looking to see if the mover, Chief Gold, is here, and the seconder, Harvey McLeod. It's DR1 on time draft resolution. So, Chief McLeod? Chief Gold. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So the mover is at microphone number 2. Thank you. If you can stay there, I'll come back to you. Microphone number 1. Is the mover, sorry, the seconder present, Chief McLeod? Chief McLeod, are you present in the room? Chief McLeod, Chief R.V. McLeod, Upper Nicola Band, BC. If you're present in the room, you are the mover for draft resolution number 1. Is he present? Oh, okay, I can see him. So if you can, maybe if you can come to, maybe it would be a good thing if you can be at the microphone, at the assembly microphone number 1, since the seconder is at, but it's up to you. Okay. So, this draft resolution number 1, entitled Update AFN Charter to remove the Confederacy of Nations organ, has been moved and seconded and written and entered into the record. I will now open the floor for discussions, and I will first give the opportunity to the mover to present, to introduce the draft resolution number 1 to the Assembly. So the mover has maximum of 5 minutes according to the rules, and then I will offer the possibility to the seconder to address the Assembly, and the seconder will have 3 minutes maximum according with the rules, and then if needed, we'll go further with the speakers list. Okay, and I invite you, mover, please, if you want to address the Assembly, microphone number 2, please.
If I may, hello everyone. Nin Delawisi Sa'amolo Gigusu, Chief Roddy Gould Jr. of the Abagut First Nation. We're looking for...
I'm sorry,
Yep.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that the timer is put on, please. 5 minutes for the mover on the timer. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. I don't see any timer. I don't know if someone... Who took our timer?
Can I...
I'm kidding. It's not okay, this. My friend here will take care of this. Thank you. But if you can put it back, it would be really appreciated. So sorry for the disturbing situation. And to you, mover, I just started the...
Okay, hold the clock. Hold on. We're looking for Dean Sayers for the DR number 2, draft resolution number 2. We'd like to do a joint presentation.
Okay, you want to, so you're the mover for the
For the
DR1?
first, DR1, yes.
And mover, so
Seconder.
mover, you're the mover, okay, and you want to give your permission to, are you going to talk about this right now? Just making sure that I...
Yes, okay, so the draft resolution number 2, we've had a meeting, and we were going to discuss this and address the Assembly collectively. They're just not here yet, so.
Okay, so tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm right. You want to discuss something, so the mover and the seconder of both draft resolution 1 and draft resolution 2 wants to
Address the Assembly, yes.
Address the Assembly
Yes.
together. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm proposed to stop the timer.
Okay.
First, and then I propose to make sure that everyone is on the same page with draft resolution number 2. So draft resolution, so we're talking now with, you should have before you draft resolution number 1 entitled Update AFN Charter to remove the Confederacy of Nations organ, and draft resolution number 2, and it is entitled Maintaining the Confederation of Nations organ. So one is to get rid of this organ, and the other one is to, and the first one, just to be clear, the first one is the amendment, the proposed amendment to the charter, the AFN charter. The second one is not an amendment to the charter because it's maintaining the Confederation of Nations organ, so status quo. Thank you. We now have the draft resolution number 1 on the screen. And the mover for the draft resolution number 2, is the mover present in the room? Just
I don't see him.
So you want to wait for him? Is the seconder of draft resolution number 2 present in the room? Chief Akous, Lynn Akous, are you present in the room? Chief Akous? Are you?
Yes, Dean's here, excuse me.
Yes.
Chief's here now.
Pardon me?
He's here now.
Okay, so the mover of draft resolution number 2, Dean Sayers, Batchewana First Nation, Ontario, you're present. Hi. And the seconder, Chief Lynn Akous, are you present in the, hello, yes, you can, maybe, I don't know how you arrange your things, but maybe if you think you're gonna speak, you have the priority right now, and then, depending on what they will announce, we'll know what to do next. So, to you, microphone number 2.
Well, Alan, thank you. Again, Chief Junior Gould of the Abbotsford First Nation. I've sat on the Chiefs Committee for Charter Renewal for years, and as well as the Chiefs who are standing beside me at the microphone. We've been part and parcel to this process for quite a while. We believe in the Assembly of First Nations going in a positive change in direction. So at this time, we would like to withdraw with the understanding that draft resolution 2 will also be withdrawn, and we would like to work with the movers and seconders to develop a modernized oversight body to be presented in the future for the Chiefs and Assembly's consideration.
Thank you. Congratulations, because it's always a good thing to discuss and arrange things like this, because the 2 draft resolution was contradictory, and well, so the first thing I need to check is the seconder of draft resolution number 1 agree? Does he agree with your proposal? You propose, mover, to withdraw the draft resolution number 1 on the condition that the draft resolution number 2 is also withdrawn, because you are going to talk about this and clarify this and come back on another moment before the Assembly. Did I understand the situation correctly?
Waikashkal Halte Pistak Harvey McLeod, Chief Upper Nicola. I agree with the mover of resolution number 1. We will withdraw, in consideration that we will work with the mover and seconder of number 2 to discuss, bring forward, and make some changes. And the only way we can do that is if we work together. 2 different points of view. Let's find a way on how we can come to some consensus so we can move forward together. So with that, I agree with the mover of resolution 1, White Libland.
Thank you so much. I will now ask the mover of draft resolution number 2 to address the Assembly and clarify his position, if he agree or disagree with what was proposed and agreed with the mover and seconder of draft resolution number 1. So mover of draft resolution number 2, Chief Dean Sayers, the floor is yours. Microphone number 2.
Miigwech, Madam Chair, Ogama Namanagojing Weakasit. I'm Chief Dean Sayers from Batchewana First Nation, and I really appreciate the efforts in regards to the visit we had in regards to the Confederacy. And I'm completely in support of the withdrawal of these 2 resolutions and rolling up our sleeves and working on the best AFN that we can. In the meantime, the Confederacy will stay in place until we get to that point where we can either maintain the Confederacy or a like body. But I'm looking forward to the work.
Thank you very much. May I invite seconder of draft resolution number 2, Chief Lynn Akous, to address the Assembly on that matter. To you, microphone number 2, please.
Miigwech, Madam Chair. I want to first of all acknowledge the territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and the Squamish. Meaningay, yes, I very much agree with withdrawing the resolution, given that We understand the urgent need to develop an effective oversight body in the AFN, and we look forward to working towards a solution, a new organ that will also accommodate the numbered treaties. I'm from Treaty 4 territory, and we feel that representation, not just from a regional perspective, but from a treaty perspective, is very important to us. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. Okay, so congratulations, mover and seconder of both draft resolution number 1 and number 2 to come with an agreement. So as you all heard, draft resolution 1 and 2 are now withdrawn. So that means they are no longer on the floor. So there are no resolution at that present moment on the floor. They have been withdrawn, so there is no discussion period on that as well, because we have nothing to discuss on there. I'm sorry, to address the Assembly, I will ask that you first be recognized by the chair. At that moment, I'm sorry, but I know you've been up since some, okay, see what we're gonna do. If you think you still have something to discuss, even though I just mentioned it is withdrawn and we have a lot of people in the room and we have a lot of things to discuss this afternoon, if you still think, I give you each 1 minute, just to be fair. Okay, so microphone number 2, 1 minute, please, if you can put the timer, 1 minute. Thank you.
Hi again, Doreen Cardinal, Chapleau Cree proxy for Chief Keeter. The thing, and I'm really grateful that the chiefs came to a resolution on that and decided, excuse me, to pull those resolutions off the floor. But the fact remains that there's an essential organ that's not operating at the AFN. And that organ is put in place as an oversight committee to watch over the executive chiefs and the national chiefs, and all of the issues I think that we're experiencing today may not be an issue here had that organ been properly funded and supported. So I'm asking the AFN to start following their charter and not take pieces that, for lack of a better word, that they need to use to back up their arguments and start following the entirety of the charter, and to give respect to our chiefs that put those organs in place.
Thank you, Chief. Point has been noted. It will be in the minutes. Thank you very much. Microphone number 1, please. 1 minute.
Good afternoon. I'm Chief Ketchamonia from the Kiskous First Nation. I brought up my elder, former Chief Ted Cusance. I'm going to share the mic with him right now.
1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I request 3 minutes. Okay.
It's 1 minute, sorry. Thank you.
That's usually the general rule of all our assemblies. I've been attending these for over 30 years, so I request 3 minutes. That's all I need. Madam Chairman, the chiefs, the elders, and the regional chiefs that are sitting in front of us, and also our national chief, I have the highest respect for each and every one of you. I want to acknowledge all the people that are here today. And I want you guys to think about George Manuel, David Hennique, Harold Cardinal, Richardson, Erasmus, Bill Wilson, all those past leaders at the AFN. Those gentlemen come to assemblies with a lot of battles. And they always walked out of each and every auditorium with a solution. I want to give our national chief a pat on the back for one thing. She's saying the right thing in regards to the colonization process that every one of us in this room are in. It does not work. We as Indian people, we were given a special gift from the Creator. Apachini mi negosimen. Paginanik, Unakanigewin, Gigikewin, Uzichikewininan. Anyway, our creation story. You want a solution to the problems on this floor today?
30 seconds left.
That's where it is. We talk about a path healing forward. And change, I tell you something, disrupts everybody's lives. And I asked the national chief, when we go back, you guys go back to Ottawa, are you going to be able to sit together and talk about the new resolution that's going to come forward where we organize as a...
Thank you. I'm sorry. The 3 minutes, I agreed for your 3 minutes, but thank you, Chief. No, because if I do that, I will need to do that to everyone here, and I think I won't have a lot of friends. So I'm sorry. I want to be fair to everyone, not just to one person. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for helping me doing my job more easily. It's not easy to do that. You know, I'm not doing this. It's only because I want to be fair, neutral, and it's my role. Thank you. And now we'll turn our attention to my co-chair. He's gonna deal with the next item on the agenda. So, Cedric, my dear colleague, to you.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. So as per the agenda, we are now in the second portion of our resolutions, which are the emergency draft resolutions that are available through distribution and also sent by email to the chiefs. I would ask that emergency draft resolution 03-2022 be posted on the screen, please. Perfect. So the title of this resolution is Special Business, Suspension of the National Chief, subject the Executive Committee's recommendations to suspend the National Chief. It is moved by Cook P. Roseanne Casimir from Tecumloops, Tesequepmec. Is Cook P. Casimir in the room? Cook P. Casimir, thank you. And it is seconded by Chief Ira MacArthur from Pheasant Rum First Nation, Saskatchewan. Is Chief Ira MacArthur in the room? Chief Ira MacArthur from Pheasant Rum First Nation, Saskatchewan. Are you in the room? Not seeing Chief Ira MacArthur, I'd look towards to see if anyone else would like to second emergency draft resolution number 3, special business suspension of the National Chief. I look towards Zoom. I see Regional Chief Kevin Hart. Or not Regional Chief, excuse me. Kevin Hart as proxy. It's even written in his name. I'm sorry about that. Chief Hart, was this to second emergency draft resolution 03? If I can have Chief Kevin Hart or proxy Kevin Hart put on the stage. Proxy Kevin Hart, if you can state your name, community, and who gave your proxy. If we could have the volume on Zoom, please. One moment, Proxy Hart. Technicians, looking towards you. He's unmuted in the chat. Our assembly speakers are muted for technicians with regards to the Zoom call.
I just had a point of order in regards to the past two resolutions that were talked to in terms of our dear respected elder head there, and for allowing our elder to have more time. And I raised my hand in order to raise a point of order and also to give Elder Ted my time to finish off what he wanted to say to the assembly, because I think the wisdom of our elder right now needs to be heard by our chiefs, and especially the people with such critical issues that we're talking about right now. So that was my point of order in regards to resolutions 1 and 2, is to ensure that Elder Ted had adequate time to ensure that his message was clearly given to the assembly and to the chief, so that, you know, we can have proper dialogue and make proper informed decisions here. I mean, we're talking about the stake of our organization, and people across Canada are watching us right now, including our youth and women. So I highly advise you as an assembly, and of course I'll greet our national chief and the regional chiefs and the respected chiefs and elders and youth and women's council there. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Hart. So as I understand, you are not seconding resolution number 3. Look towards the assembly. I was told that Seconder Chief Ira MacArthur has arrived in the room. Chief MacArthur? Chief MacArthur, we will offer, it was just to make sure that you were in the room with us. So now we will be going on to enter it into the record that emergency draft resolution 03, entitled Special Business Suspension of the National Chief, has a mover and a seconder. We will now go on towards discussion, and as process dictates, offer 5 minutes to our mover to address the assembly. So Cookbeat, Roseanne Casimir. It will be on microphone number 2 for our technicians. Yeah, and it's 5 minutes on the time, please.
Okay, so I'm Cookbeat Roseanne Casimir Winsquest at the Commons de Schwetmek. I am very honored to be here and want to acknowledge the lands and where we are, the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish First Nation. And I just want to hold my hands up to all the leadership and everyone that's in attendance of the important motions that are coming to the floor. It gives me major heavy heart to even be moving this motion on so many different levels. And, you know, first and foremost, we all traveled here from right across Canada to take care of very important business for our communities. We also, you know, we should be celebrating the hugest announcement of over $40 billion for child welfare. That's why we should be here. And, you know, when I look at this here motion, to me, it's very administrative on every single level. We are talking about our national chief, who we all voted in. We're also talking about, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. To me, those are behind the scenes. That is within the office, and those are issues, you know, that are mandated through HR. There's a duty of conduct, there's a duty to protect the employees, there's all those things that are in place. And there's also rules, you know, for us as leaders and leadership as well. And, you know, I honor the work that National Chief has done on every single level, you know, especially when it came to the Pawpaw visit, when it came to the announcement of the 215, when it came to being within our community September the 30th and being there for the announcement of all the work, going forward. But being up here, this year is like so wrong on a lot of different levels. And to me, this is just a simple motion that has been put forth. And I know that looking at, if this year motion came forth, it would have been totally illegal without the Confederacy. So that's been tabled. We're still under the Confederacy. And, looking at this year is it's just about a confidential investigation. And that's something that we all want. We want that not only at the AFN level, but within our own communities. And when we're looking at policies, it's about building stronger communities. To me, this is embarrassing right across nationally. And seeing this in the news. When I look at the importance of truth and reconciliation, this has no room for that within the media. And, moving across, the importance of advocating and getting those basic needs for our home communities and our First Nation communities. So yes, we do need government at the table. We do need to be advancing. We do need to be, moving forward. And yes, I am an elected chief and under the Indian Act, but I occupy and uphold rights and title, jurisdiction, and advancing our laws and upholding them. And, I know that in regard to this motion, it's just a temporary suspension, with pay for that full investigation that's being asked at every single level, whether it's the audit, whether it's the HR, whatever that stuff may be. And it's also about, continuing pending the outcome of the ongoing human resources investigation. So those details from that will determine how we move forward. But I know that moving forward, we voted for our national chief. We all did. But for me, when I look at the media, I'm horrified with what's out there. And I'm horrified about knowing, we're going to be having ministers here, and, is this how we conduct ourselves? Is this how we move forward? And is this how we bring people to the table? We need to be working together and not against each other. So, and also, I just wanted to say that Roseanne is spelled wrong in my name under the mover. And, for me, looking at the thing there, the judge will make the decision. You all have your chance to have your vote, and, you vote against it, then we carry on with business. And it's simply stated as that. And all I know is I came here to take care of business for my community, and I hope you all did too. So Cook's Jam.
Thank you, Cook B. Roseanne Casimir. We will also take the time to read the emergency draft resolution into the record. So if we could have it posted on screen again, please. And we will then go on to Chief Ira MacArthur for his comments. So, as I said, these resolutions are available on the AFN website. There's a section for emergency resolutions as well as for chiefs here at our distribution table. So, emergency draft resolution number 3, titled Special Business Suspension of the National Chief, moved by Cook B. Roseanne Casimir and seconded by Chief Ira MacArthur. Whereas, A, on May 27th, 2022, National Chief Roseanne Archibald was notified that a confidential investigation would be conducted into 4 complaints made against her under AFN human resource policies. B, in violation of AFN policies, the National Chief has disclosed confidential information about complaints that had been against her and other AFN executives in remarks to the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly on June 15, 2022, and in media statements on June 16th and 17th, 2022, and otherwise thereby compromising the integrity of the AFN's complaint process. C, on June 17th, 2022, the Executive Committee suspended National Chief Archibald with pay in order to ensure a safe work environment for all AFN employees. D, pursuant to the Code of Conduct and the AFN Charter, the Executive Committee is requesting that the First Nations in Assembly, the body with ultimate authority over the National Chief under the AFN Charter, determine whether the National Chief should be suspended. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, temporarily suspend the employment of the National Chief with pay, 2, temporarily suspend the National Chief from her role and functions as National Chief under the AFN Charter, and 3, direct that the suspensions continue pending the outcome of the ongoing human resources investigation. Upon receipt of the HR investigation report, the Executive Committee shall convene a special assembly for the First Nations and Assembly to vote on a recommended decision of the Executive. Now I would look towards our seconder, Chief Ira MacArthur. Chief MacArthur, as process states, you would have 3 minutes to address the Assembly as seconder, and will be on microphone number 2.
Just want to say I'm humble to stay Mataki, but I wanted to put my name forth to second this resolution in regards to continued suspension of the National Chief. Because of the media, I don't think there's a place for us to argue and to air our dirty laundry in the media in any regards. I think we have processes built within our organization to resolve a lot of the issues that are taking place today or that are being discussed today or surrounding this issue. And I know from best practices from all of our First Nations, we always have a separation of politics from administration. And we have staff that manage these issues, these HR matters, and they should never lie at the table of politicians. A lot of times we look to our employees and our directors of our organization to manage these issues because that preserves us from liability in these matters. And for myself, I come from a community that's matriarchal in nature. I serve with all-female council, and a lot of times when we have issues come to the table, we always try to do things by consensus. And even at times when we don't, we never get to the point of arguing matters. No matter what, it's something that we have to resolve at that table, and that's what we're elected to do. And with regards to the present National Chief, for myself, I was really proud when that moment happened. It was something that was really a monumental occasion for all of us. It was the first time our organization had a woman at the head. And that's something that we have to uphold and honor. And we have to, all of us, not only as delegates, but as nations as well, we have to look toward this moment and this period of time as something that we can really have a lot of respect for. So I think with that, we hold the National Chief to a higher regard, and we do depend on her for some of the direction that should have been taken in this matter, where policy should have been followed, and we should have been looking, not have had these matters brought to our table here today. Because we have a lot of business that's pending with the government out there, and we need to be able to focus on those matters. We need to be able to have those matters given our full attention. And so that is for the reason that I wish to second the motion that's being made here today. So with that, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Chief Ira MacArthur. So to continue the discussion, as was mentioned earlier during our test vote, we will be proceeding from microphone 1, 3 minutes, microphone 2, 3 minutes, going towards Zoom if anyone raises their hand. And to get onto the speakers list, you do have to raise your hand due to technical limitations. And then I'd look towards my staff to confirm if we have anyone on the phone line as we go to our first speaker. So for our first speaker for 3 minutes, microphone 1, if you could identify yourself, your community, and...
Chief Doris Bill, Kwanlundun First Nation of the Yukon, and standing beside me is my equal, Dana Tisha Tram, who is Chief of the Vuntaq-Wichin First Nation in the Yukon as well. First of all, Yukon First Nations and leadership met during the lunch break, and we do not support the suspension of the National Chief. We do, however, want to ensure that there is accountability and an improved pathway forward to rebuild the trust and confidence in this national organization and the leadership selected by the rights holders in our respective First Nation governments. So we put forward these recommendations. 1, we confirm that we are not in support of the suspension of the National Chief, Roseanne Archibald. 2, we recommend the National Chief Archibald and the Executive Committee come together and begin a process of reconciliation between these offices, guided by our traditional customary ways to heal the relationships and the process informed by the national councils. 3, National Chief Archibald and the Executive Committee be directed to actively participate in the HR investigation to respond to the staff complaints in good faith. 4, to schedule a special assembly to receive a report from the HR investigator. 5, National Chief and the Executive Committee refrain from making any public comments to the media in the interim until the investigation has been completed and reported on to the chiefs in assembly.
1 minute.
6, conduct a forensic audit, digital investigation and alleged breaches of communications of and within the AFN Secretariat for the period of 2021-2022. And lastly, as part of informing and improving of the Assembly of First Nation, that the AFN Secretariat, to address the toxicity and unhealthy work environment rooted in bullying and gender-based violence, that the AFN Executive Committee and Secretariat identify and dedicate resources to fully implement AFN Resolution Number 13, 2020. And that resolution, titled Becoming a Role Model in Ending Sexual Orientation and Gender-Based Discrimination within the Assembly of First Nation. Had that resolution been implemented, we would not be here discussing this today.
Thank you, Chief Bill. So I understand that these are not amendments to the resolution, but statements that are now on the record. So thank you, Chief Bill. I will now go to microphone number 2. If you could state your name and community.
Hi, Doreen Cardinal, Proxy Chief for Chief Keeter Corson, Chapel Cree First Nation. And I swear once these crazy resolutions are dealt with, I'll sit down. We heard from the National Chief and her legal counsel this morning that she wasn't removed based on HR issues. So I think that what my recommendation is that this resolution be pulled off the floor, with all due respect to those that moved and seconded it, because it's not speaking to the truth. Also, the National Chiefs voted in to deal with these very issues that exist within the AFN. Really, in my heart, I think the way she was treated, she should get an apology. She's not an employee. She's an elected leader. We all elected her. And I think that needs to start to be respected. Again, I'm going to say, if the Confederacy of Nations was properly supported and funded, they would have been dealing with these matters and it wouldn't have had to go to media. We wouldn't have been in the dark because they would have come and reported this stuff to us. And we could have dealt with it with closed doors. So my recommendation is that the Confederacy of Nations be fully funded and fully supported, and that the charter stop being ignored. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Proxy Cardinal. Again, no amendments, but statements that are on the record. Thank you. I will look towards Zoom, see if anyone has raised their hands. Seeing none, look towards the phone lines. We're good on the phone lines too. And so finally go back to microphone number 1. You have 3 minutes if you could state your name and your community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cheryl Casimir, proxy for Nasukin Louis from Yakanuki, Tanaka Nation. Gisukyukyit, Kapiniskit, who Sukafkukni Nausan Miyetki. I'd like to start out by acknowledging the territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam peoples and allowing them to have us here on their lands to have this important discussion. I'm speaking in opposition to this resolution, and I just wanted to also note that, like other regions, we had this conversation in our caucus. And what I'm going to share with you is what I've already shared with leadership from British Columbia. And it's my belief that there have been wrongs made on both sides in this situation. And I believe that in order to take steps to work towards a path forward, there needs to be ownership and recognition of those wrongs, and there needs to be apologies made for those wrongs in order to be able to heal. Second to that, this resolution is basically saying that National Chief is guilty and needs to be proven innocent. We have no information. It's been stated that there is no evidence to suggest what is being proposed here. And third, does the executive or the secretariat, if we support this resolution anyway, it suggests that the executive actually has the authority to suspend the national chief. And in my opinion, they don't. The rules of the executive and the secretariat do not supersede the charter. It's the chiefs and the leadership in this room who voted for the national chief. And it'll be the chiefs in this room that will decide the fate of a national chief if it comes to that, not the executive. So again, based on those comments that I've just made to you, Mr. Chair, you're not supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Proxy Casimir. You'll return to microphone number 2. Your name and community, please.
Cookbee, which means chief. Judy Wilson from the Nisqually Indian Band of the Secwepemc Nation. And I'll concur with the last speaker. Many of our chiefs in the BC caucus had meetings yesterday and today, and we did discuss lifting that suspension that we didn't believe that was warranted to the national chief. We were speaking more in line with the Resolution 1, which is talking about removing that suspension. We did question the authority of the executive and when they made the decision and then bringing it back to us after the fact of making a suspension without the chiefs in the assembly and discussing those with the chiefs. I think we actually relayed that to our regional chief as well, why that wasn't brought to us first. So I think the order of getting our governance is important, what Chris Salem talked about, and also I really respected the way the 2 previous resolutions talked about the charter of the Assembly of First Nations, and they had said they were going to talk and come back about it. But with this one, I think you really do need to reinstate the national chief, look at the governance issues, and then the HR issues are hopefully following those policies that are laid out, because what we heard from the lawyer themselves speaking this morning was that it was without authority. And then that's why it was clarified even that with the court that it wasn't with authority that the executive made these decisions. So, and even the executive said they were really challenged with this. And I really respect all of the executive, but again, the pieces weren't there for them to make this proper decision. They didn't have all the full information. That was also said to us as well. And so I would say either withdraw this resolution, or if it does go on the floor, then we should immediately go to 01, which is on the agenda, which many of our chiefs are looking forward to in resolving this issue. It's got a clear path on there. And if we're saying we're going to walk the healing path, then let's all do it together. And I think 01 resolution speaks to that. But unfortunately, number 2 or number 3 doesn't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Cookbee Wilson. And just as a matter of the agenda, Resolution 1 is coming after Resolution 3. I will look towards Zoom, see if anyone has their hands raised. Again, bottom right, click on reactions and then click the raise hand button, if ever. We do have Chief Terry Richardson. If we could have Chief Terry Richardson unmuted and put on the assembly speakers.
Good evening from unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq here in Bathurst, New Brunswick. Northern New Brunswick. I have a concern in regards to the resolution that's been put forward. Obviously, I can't support it. I believe the national chief was wrongly dismissed, but I noticed that nobody has made any calls to the action of a forensic audit, and that concerns me. I'm curious as to why we're not speaking along those terms. And I think it's important that as we move forward here, that we clear the air. And one way of clearing the air and making sure that there's no wrongdoing is to have a forensic audit. So I firmly believe that that should be somewhere in a resolution as we move forward. And I support the National Chief in her efforts. I believe she's been at the helm for a very short period of time and has done an excellent job. There is a policy and a procedure in place, obviously. I think there was a lack of foresight, perhaps, in picking the right path forward in the HR issues that were raised. So as we move forward, I think it's important that we get this behind us. Obviously, that's true, and move on to more serious issues that are before us. But it's important that we address these issues. So as we move forward, I believe there should be a forensic audit somewhere in some of these statements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Richardson. And I would refer you to, therefore, be it resolved 2 on Resolution 01 with regards to your statements. On to microphone number 1 for process.
He was here before me.
I know, but we said process would go
Okay.
round robin. So, microphone 1.
Sorry, Brother Don. The chairs bumped me ahead of you. So, Doug Kelly, proxy for Cockapult. You know, it occurred to me, we spend a lot of time talking about truth and reconciliation, but we're always pointing the finger at the federal government or the churches, and provincial governments. We're at a time now where we need to look at some hard truths. And we have to reconcile. There are differences, and we should celebrate diversity. It's a strength. It only becomes a weakness when someone insists that their way is the only way. That's not leadership, that's dictatorship. And so I want to remind us that let's build on our diversity and let's make sure that it's a strength, not a weakness. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I started this morning by saying I love Roseanne, and I also echoed my love for each and every one of the regional chiefs. I still hold that view. I agree with previous speakers that have said that there's been harm done to all. Own it, reflect on it, put it away. We have real work to do. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is another tool to fill the empty box called Section 35. Let's move on it.
1 minute.
Let's make sure we fill that box. So the only way we're going to get there is by defeating this resolution. I don't agree with it. I don't support it. We have real work to do. I agree that we need to do some truth and fact-finding. We can appoint a Chiefs Committee to do that. And I'm really grateful for the young man behind me. Probably wasn't born when I began my leadership career. That's how we know we're getting old, Don and others. But he sees brightness.
20 seconds.
He sees a future. But it means we have to come together. Hey, sure.
Thank you, Proxy Kelly. Microphone number 2.
Sego Sawagwego. First of all, I want to thank the host communities here that are welcoming us to their traditional territory. It's much appreciated, and I did hear the message about how we have to treat each other with respect. I ask the Sungoyadis on the Creator to help us all in the deliberations that we have today. And if there's any hatchet at the head table, I ask all the leaders to show true leadership and bury it. Take the dissension away from your mind and your heart and try to work together. I do not support the suspension of the National Chief. The executive committee has authorized an investigation to take place until we know what the outcome is of those, where everybody's had a chance to tell their truth, including the national chief. Roseanne, I ask you to participate in that, to tell them what your side of the story, and everybody not make any judgments until we hear what the outcome of that report is. With regard to the national chief's concern for the need for a forensic audit, I would ask that the executive, who has the responsibility to authorize or direct that decision, that they have a meeting tonight and discuss the national chief's concerns with an open heart and an open mind, and come back tomorrow with a recommendation on whether or not this investigation is warranted. All we have received is a list of contracts. It doesn't give us any details about what is wrong with those contracts. It's not illegal to contract with somebody. And if you feel it's warranted, who's going to pay for it? Does the FN have the money to pay for it? Are you going to go to the OPP, anti-rackets branch, to ask them to investigate? Are you going to go to the RCMP? Are you going to go to the Auditor General and ask the government to conduct this? We don't have those details. I want to be on record to say, if there's any, the chiefs are not covered by the AFN insurance for liability and risk. So if there are lawsuits, that's not going to extend to the chiefs for any protection. We're going to be on our own. The directors are covered by your insurance policy for libel and slander and risks, but we are not. And so I would strongly recommend your lawyer and consult your insurance company about what coverage do the directors have going down this path, because obviously if there's not enough money in the corporation to satisfy any lawsuits, they can reach out against you personally. So there's a lot to consider here. And I want to be on record saying that the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte will not be liable for any fallout from this affair.
10 seconds.
We're asked to lobby for $73 billion for housing and infrastructure, and if we say the chiefs can't be trusted, is the government going to be willing to give us any more money? So there could be long-term harm come to all of our communities. So we need to look carefully. And my grandmother always said, when you're in public, put your best foot forward. So I'd ask you to stop all of this squabbling on the press. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, Chief Don Miracle. I will now go towards our Zoom members, and we have Chief Sasha Labilawa. If we could have them unmuted, and if their camera's open, posted on the screen. Chief Labilawa, the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay. There I am. I just wanted to state for the record also that I don't support this resolution. We voted our national chief in, and I agree with most of the comments that were already made. We don't have all the information, and it's a harsh decision to take without having the results of the investigation. And I also support a forensic audit, because if we do that, then we have all our answers. And if there was nothing going on, then it's great. But if there was, then, you know, we move forward and we do better. Thank you.
Thank you to Chief Labilawa. National Chief just wants me to state that she's not leaving, she's coming back. She just had to step out for a moment. If we go to microphone 1, Kilsalem.
Good afternoon, everybody. Kilsalem, Squamish Nation. I'm the elected chairperson. We don't have an elected chief because we have a custom election system, but we do have an elected chair, serving my first term as chairperson, my second term on the council. I'm going to use my time as quickly as possible. And I think what I'll say to this resolution, into this moment in which we are having to talk about this unlawful suspension of the national chief by the executive committee. Unlawful. These are the facts. They made a mistake. They should not have tried to suspend the national chief. They got caught. Now this resolution comes forward to try and fix what they shouldn't have done in the first place. More facts. The bylaws for the National Indian Brotherhood sets out who is the corporation board of directors, which is the executive plus the national chief. The bylaws for the National Indian Brotherhood also state that there's a process that has to be followed if they are to suspend or remove one of the board members for the National Indian Brotherhood. 20 days, opportunity to respond to the allegations. Not followed. It was not followed by the board of the National Indian Brotherhood, which is the executive. When I ask myself why I have had to come here yesterday and today to spend this many hours talking about a suspension, an investigation, an HR complaint, innuendo, accusations. I heard the speeches from the executive committee earlier today. I asked myself after, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? I heard innuendo. I heard accusations. I heard accusations against the national chief in the same speech with the same accusations that they're accusing her of.
1 minute.
I speak forcefully on this because I believe in the power of our nations coming together, a power for us to set the agenda with the government, to achieve results for our people. I want this organization to be the most effective advocacy organization in the world, and it won't be, because this moment right now to me has highlighted a really important problem. The AFN needs to be fixed. It needs to be fixed. The powers of the executive need to be clarified. The separation of administration and politics needs to happen. We need to fix these things. And I say that as one of BC's reps on the Charter Renewal Committee, which hasn't been able to meet for a year because of a lack of quorum, which is a systemic problem across many chiefs committees. Again, AFN needs to be fixed. And I know that the people in this room, the chiefs from across this country, we want to show up to these meetings. We want to do the best we can, do the right thing, and create results.
Closing comments, please, Gilsan.
And so I just really raise my hands to everybody, and I say we vote no on this resolution.
Thank you, Chairperson Kilsalem. With regards to time constraints, I'm going to recognize the people who are waiting in line, and once we have passed through those who are already in line, we can proceed to the vote. So, for microphone number 2.
Bonjour, Mishgrab Nindijnakas, Makwan Dodam. Nashnabe and Dow. Gachimigwich Kijamana do, Mino Kijigad, Gachimigwich, Mino Bemadi win. Today is 1,933 days sober for me since my last drink. The Anishinaabe, the Ojibways of Oneguming, stand with National Chief Roseanne Archibald. We oppose this resolution, but mostly we call for unity. We're in a state of emergency for suicides. We're in a state of emergency for mental wellness. 8 years ago myself, I suffered from addiction and suicidal ideation right here in Vancouver. But we've got some young women here with us from Onegumang, some youth, and I want to show them it's possible that you can come from that and come all the way and be 5 years sober and be chief. But mostly what I want to show them is to stand and speak with dignity. And I do respect my colleagues. Many of the regional chiefs have worked with you for a long time. But I truly believe that the Assembly of First Nations would never have treated a man, national chief, this way. Only a woman we treat this way. I just watched Ontario chiefs walk out on a woman, elderly leader, as she was trying to speak to race to this vote. I had the time to speak to one of our elders that we're going to be honoring today, Fred Kelly, and I'm just reminded to go back to our elders, to go back to our teachings and our sacred items. I know it's a corporation, but we have to stop acting like it.
1 minute.
I call for unity for the sake of the young people, for the youth of the Ojibways of Onegumang,
to end our state of emergency once and for all. I call for unity to save lives of our people so that no more young people and no more of our older people as well, the residential school survivors, have to die unnecessarily. And that's how it's been back home for the last year since I've been chief. So I ask us to end this, to all support the national chief, to come together. I'm not sure if I support a forensic audit or not, but I will say this, that if there is a forensic audit, it shouldn't just be about the last 8 years. It shouldn't be about National Chief Bellegarde. I supported National Chief Bellegarde. I've supported all of our national chiefs. If you're going to do a forensic audit, do it for everything. But again, I plead for unity for all of the chiefs to come together for the state of communities like ours that are suffering and dying. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief of Oneida. And just as a matter of agenda, we will be having a presentation from the youth that were mentioned tomorrow morning in the first part of our agenda. I will now go towards Chief Ramona Sutherland on our Zoom call. If we could have her unmuted. Chief Ramona Sutherland.
I don't even have any. Miigwech, watching with on National Chief, miigwech with the budget and Mina. Thank you very much to the National Chief for speaking on behalf of what is happening in our territory. And I just want to, I hope that things work out well for all of us as chiefs. I am a young chief, actually. This is my first year as a chief, and I've heard repeatedly of the corruption in the chief's realm of the world. And I'm sad to say that I'm now part of that, and just because of what's generally said. And here we are today speaking in camera. And I'm not sure if this is actually going to be in camera like the national chief. She had some security and speaking in camera, and now here we are. And I hope it's not the same for me, just because I say something. I'm not into censorship, but I like to respect and expect that we will have respect for each other. So I just want to say, I want to say thank you to the National Chief for coming to the AFN to speak. And now we're being asked to vote on no facts. So that's impossible to do, you know, to vote with no facts. So I just want to say miigwech to all those that have said something and shared your opinions. I really appreciate it as a young chief, and I hope that we can overcome this with some dignity. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Sutherland. If we can go to microphone number 1.
Thank you.
If you could state your name and community.
Chief Calvin Sanderson, Tagastepes and Ban of the Cree Nation. I guess I've been sitting here all day, walking back and forth from my hotel and here and having our own caucus. And there's about 48 resolutions that are waiting here for the chiefs to pass. For now, we're going to do a nominee bus here. It's sort of like kindergarten here I'm looking at. You know, one side or the other, you're hearing two sides of this organization that the First Nations created. Hearing our elder here, Ted, about the past leaders of the AFN, the NIB. You know, things should have stayed where they're at. Why did they come out? You know, we're here to make a vote. Let's just get on with it and vote yay or nay, and let's move on. What time is it already? You know? Let's get out of here. I come a long ways to travel here to represent my membership back at home that don't even have a land base. We're landless. We need that government to reinstate our community. And I need my flag raised up there that I gave the executive or whoever this morning, because it came a long ways. It traveled from Saskatchewan to be acknowledged, a part of those First Nations that are behind you. You know, you as executives and the national chief work together. No, this is not a classroom. You guys have differences. You represent us. We voted you in. We have our regional chief that represents us at that table, and he speaks on our behalf. I sit on a few committees here, the ACE and the Chiefs Committee on Lands and Territory, and I sit with your staff too, and they do a lot of good work, but I do not support a forensic audit because it costs a lot of damn money. Now, let's get on business and let's take a vote on this. I call question.
Thank you, Chief Calvin. As we well know, calling question is a suggestion that the chair has to observe and look at. Since we had already closed the speakers list, and I want to give the opportunity to people who were already standing here, different people have raised their hands on Zoom. The list was already closed. No one else is there. So we will finish with our 4 final speakers, and then we will go to the vote. So microphone number 2, please.
Chief Tony Alexis Nakota Sioux Nation. Pinagin ninin ojiwan na naha banin soda istuchumuzam no shin wakana au chamit na iwa ishakito. I just want to bring greetings to all the chiefs who are here, all the elders, all the people in the gallery, as well as the national chief and the regional chiefs. I greet you as well. I want to acknowledge the people of this land, and I give thanks for this opportunity to gather. I just wanted a couple of comments. One is like everyone else, I've been watching some of the soap opera that's been happening on the AFN across this land. It's really embarrassing. It's not something that we like to see. I pay more attention to my community. I try not to participate at this level very much, but I've seen a lot of that. And like I said, it's embarrassing. You've heard people say you shouldn't be airing out the laundry here, and that's true. You're all responsible for that. You're all responsible for looking after this identity and how the narrative is being spoken about at the AFN. That's your fault. That's your responsibility. That is happening right now. And I also don't appreciate the regional chiefs reaching out to the chiefs who are here. For myself, I guess I can't speak for everyone, and asking us to do some of the work that you want done. When I look at the table, if we're going to suspend anybody, we suspend the national chief. We also include the entire regional chief, because you're all responsible for this. And if we look and if we want to create a committee, a chiefs committee, the chiefs are all here. Everybody has that experience, and chiefs have experience as well, where a council will say, "Well, we'll overturn the chief." And what happens to a community in our First Nations is that it creates a bigger division.
1 minute.
And we shouldn't be supporting that. So that's the other thing. I also want to mention that contracts are responsibility of operations. National chief, that stuff shouldn't be in public. That should be with the organization. And so my final comment is this. We all have a fiduciary duty to look after our people, to stand here on their behalf, not our own personal behalf. You don't have that luxury. You gave that up when you became a leader for people. You stand here on behalf of the people. So, I also want to invite people, as well as the Kamloops Indian band, to my community when the Pope is making a visit. I know that she wanted to be a part of that, to have that audience, and I extend that invitation to everybody here. But with that, I say we're here, we remind ourselves our responsibility for the people and to look after them in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Alexis. If we could return to microphone number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tansei Nanaskaman Kakil. My name is Mark Arkin. I'm the Tribal Chief of the Saskatoon Tribal Council. I have the proxy for Chief Tricia Sutherland of the One Arrow First Nation. She told me, National Chief, that she supports you in your work that you're doing, and I am opposing this resolution. However, we need to talk about truth in regards to what's going on. And you talked about the 7 sacred teachings. Truth, honesty, The truth is, you're all a team. You work for 634 First Nations. And right now, it doesn't feel like a team. This debate that you're having, publicly, not publicly, media, you're putting the chiefs in assembly in the middle. Unacceptable. You guys made a decision to suspend. Now you're asking the chiefs in assembly to override that decision. I think at the end of the day, we need a new executive committee, which is people under you, so you're accountable to that executive, that board, because whatever portfolio you hold, if you're education, you work for 634 First Nations. And you have work plans, and you have outcomes, and you have results. If we want a forensic audit, which I think we should have, bring that to the chiefs in assembly, ask them to vote on it, and then you'll get your direction. As an executive, as a team, and working together. Because right now, it's fractured, and you're putting all of us in the middle, and it's unacceptable. I wouldn't mind to be part of the new reform and charter, because I think governance is one of my specialties. I've reformed our tribal council to be more accountable and transparent and show outcomes and results. I have to get full direction from my 7 Nation chiefs to do anything, and I think it should be the same thing here that works for you guys, because you're an advocate. You're not a government. 634 First Nations are governments. This is where the power is. This is where the strength is. And at the end of the day, you take direction from them. Lastly, we talk about the National Brotherhood. I think we have to change that name. Why? Because it's not inclusive of our female women. And I think we have to change this entire organization to do what's best for our people and do exactly how we call it, as being united. And I say that with all due respect, because there's too much violence against our women. This is not a gender thing, but it also happens to men. But I think this title of National Brotherhood has to be changed to show equality. We teach our young people to be fair, to be honest, and right now, it's not equality. So I hope these recommendations are considered. Hi, Nanaskaman. Thank you.
Walalin Proxy Arca. So, as was stated, we have 2 final speakers on our speakers list. If we could have microphone 2 opened.
Good afternoon. I'd like to do this the proper way. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the host communities that invited us to their beautiful land. I just want to get right into it. I want to be straight and to the point. I'm very upset. You know, it takes longer to pronounce my community's name and to say my name than the 1 minute they gave my elder. We traveled 21 hours to get here, and he was only given 1 minute to speak. That's a crying shame. AFN doesn't tell Kiskus what to do. We tell them what to do. They're there to represent us. You know, when I wake up in the morning and see the paper that the national chief has been suspended, and then my band members are asking me what happened, and I don't know what happened, that's a crying shame. We're airing our laundry out in all the public of Canada to see. You know, when I was a kid growing up, I was proud of AFN to see that they were fighting for our treaty rights. They were talking about education, housing, things like that. And now, I don't even hear that anymore. It's more like an administrative thing. I'm speaking my mind. You know, every time we talk about AFN, it's always about administrative stuff that Kiskus can do. Now, I've been a chief for a year, and I've tried to contact the national chief for the last year. 4 times I tried to contact her office. Only once she responded. Once. And in the last 10 days, I've gotten over 15 emails from that office. You know, why is that? So I'm very upset. I want to see us get, you know, how is this organization going to help my community? How is it going to help the rest of the communities across Canada when we can't even get 1 minute to speak for our elders? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. For the record, before we proceed to our final speaker, I just want to state that the elder was given 3 minutes, as had been requested, to address the Assembly. And our final speaker on this matter, on emergency resolution number 3, if we could have microphone number 2.
All right, good afternoon. Chief Fabian Head from the Red Earth Cree Nation. I'd like to acknowledge the the elders for the opening prayers this morning, and also acknowledge the leaders and the people here of this beautiful nation, beautiful area. I just want to state for the record my opposition to the motion here. You know, it's unfortunate that it's come down to this, but you know, I've been struggling to understand the Article 18 under the powers and functions of the Executive Committee. And I'm still trying to understand where did they get that authority to enact, to suspend the national chief who was elected by the 634 chiefs? And that's there I'm struggling with to understand that aspect. Because the AFN charter is dealing with governance, and this is a political forum that we're here. A lot of this stuff is HR administrative matters that are being discussed. So I just wanted to state that. And also, my late father used to say, there's three sides to a story. We've heard both sides. Now we need to hear the third side, the truth.
Thank you, Chief Eminent. As stated, I see Proxy Hart has his hand raised, but we had already closed the speakers list, so we will be proceeding to the vote now. Clearly, we do not have consensus, so we will proceed to the vote on resolution number 3. Emergency draft resolution number 3, special business, suspension of the national chief. If I could have the resolution brought up on the screens, please. Like we said, we're in a hybrid assembly, so we have 2 different votes that will be proceeding at the same time to recognize all our chiefs. The first one will be to open the Zoom vote so that those on the platform can enter their votes. And as well, I will look towards the assembly floor. Those who are against emergency draft resolution 3, special business suspension of the national chief, please raise your lanyards and maintain them raised as our teams work towards counting. Against, people who are against resolution number 3, emergency resolution. The resolution is asking to suspend. So if you are against the suspension. If we could have the therefore be it resolved put on the screen, please. And my staff is confirming that we have no one on the phone line, so this will be in the Assembly Hall and due to the nature of the issue, we will take the time to count all the votes. I think we see the results already, but we will still take the time to have the official results validated by our scrutineers and our distribution team. Thank you for your patience. I remind those that are on Zoom, you have the option to vote for, against, or abstain, and to remember to press the submit button to make sure that you do have your vote included in the count. Perfect. So those, you can lower your lanyards. I will now look for those who want to abstain from Draft Resolution 03, Special Business, Suspension of the National Chief. And I'm being confirmed that there's still no one on the phones. You may lower your lanyards. And finally, those who would like to vote for Emergency Draft Resolution Number 3, Special Business, Suspension of the National Chief, please raise your lanyards. You may lower your lanyards. So, in order for a resolution to pass, it has to have 60% approval. Clearly, this resolution did not. So, Emergency Draft Resolution Number 3, Special Business, Suspension to the National Chief, has been defeated. Official and final tally will be presented to the Assembly during the rest of the day. So now I will turn the chair over to Weena.
Congratulations for the National Chief for this resolution. Alors, je vais reprendre un peu la parole en français. Prenez vos écouteurs, vos headsets, si vous en avez besoin, s'il vous plaît. Alors, il est maintenant 4h02, PDT time, et nous avons terminé les résolutions, les draft resolutions 1, 2, ceux qui étaient on time dans l'agenda, on a terminé ça. Ensuite, maintenant, on a terminé l'emergency, donc le projet de résolution d'urgence 3. Il nous reste, idéalement pour aujourd'hui, projets de résolution d'urgence 1 et 2, mais on a aussi un hommage qui est prévu selon notre ordre du jour, qui est prévu à 4h30. Et on a des invités qui sont là, qui sont présents, puis qui attendent de venir sur le podium pour cet honneur. Alors, c'est à 4h30. Et cela va commencer à 4h15. Le processus commence à 4h15. Alors, ce que je propose, juste un instant. OK. Mais juste avant, un commentaire pour une question de procédure. Je veux simplement faire le point que si vous souhaitez, si un membre, un Registered Representative, donc un chef ou un mandataire, souhaite appeler de la décision d'un président, donc de la décision de moi-même ou de Cédric, c'est possible de le faire, mais cela doit être fait selon les règles et c'est en suivant les règles 54 et 55 des règles de procédure. Il s'agit de déposer une motion. Ça veut dire donc qu'il faut quelqu'un qui propose d'appeler la décision et quelqu'un qui appuie. Et ensuite, on doit aller au vote. Donc, ça veut dire que si vous proposez et appuyez, c'est que vous êtes conscient qu'on doit aller ensuite au vote et qu'on doit avoir 60 % qui votent en faveur d'appeler la décision. Je veux simplement vous dire ça, c'est important. Sinon, la décision du président est réputée être valide. Alors, maintenant, il est 4h05. Comme je mentionnais un peu plus tôt, on a à 4h15, on a une cérémonie de couverture, une blanket dance, qui était prévue à 4h15, donc dans 10 minutes. Et à 4h30, on a prévu un Honoring AFN Delegation to the Vatican. Et ces personnes sont présentes ici, mais ne pourraient pas attendre, dépendamment du temps qu'on a besoin pour naviguer et gérer les projets de résolution urgentes 1 et 2. Puis, ce que je vous propose de faire mais encore là, vous pouvez, c'est seulement si le groupe est d'accord, vous pouvez, je veux vous entendre, mais ce que je vous propose, c'est de faire comme d'avoir nos invités qui attendent cet événement-là, qui sont prévus à ces heures-là, sinon qui ne pourraient pas attendre plus tard. On a beaucoup d'aînés pour l'hommage pour la délégation du Vatican qui ne pourraient pas attendre à ce soir ou à plus tard. Alors, et je rappelle qu'à 6h30, il y a un film qui est prévu. Alors, il faudra avoir terminé à 6h aujourd'hui, le plus tard. Donc, je vous propose de prendre maintenant d'attendre à 4h15. Alors, on aurait un petit minute, puis on aura à l'heure du jour 4h15 l'hommage de couverture et à 4h30 on aurait la délégation du Vatican et après on pourra et puis désolé l'hommage pour la délégation du Vatican est prévu durer 45 minutes. Alors on en a pour 1 heure et après on pourrait continuer avec les résolutions d'urgence 1 et 2 pour terminer tout ça aujourd'hui. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec ce que je propose? Is anyone opposed to what I just suggested, meaning that we proceed with the blanket dance and then the honoring and then draft urgent draft resolution 1 and 2 after. Do you all agree with this? Oh, really? You want to finish the resolution? So the decision is yours. So to deal with this, the draft resolution, urgent draft resolution right now, do I hear? I'm not changing. I'm just telling you it's not because I want to change anything. It's just because I want you to be aware that we have guests, we have some our guests. We might have to cancel them. Just want you to be aware that if we're dealing with emergency draft resolution 1 and 2 right now, there are chances that we have to cancel the blanket dance and the honoring for the Vatican. This is the only thing. This is not a decision for me to make. I want you. So, okay. So, sorry, microphone number 1, please. You want to address the Assembly on that regards? To you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lynn Akus. I'm Chief of Sagame and Anishinaabe. I'm sitting beside Chi Anishinaabe, Fred Kelly, and they've been here all day, and the honoring has been rescheduled. They're getting tired. We shouldn't make them wait, our elders wait.
So you propose here that we go to the blanket dance and the honoring, and then deal with emergency draft resolution 1 and 2. So this is a proposition we heard at microphone number 1. Microphone number 2, please.
I'm Doug Kelly, proxy for Quackapilt. Happy to support moving ahead with the blanket dance and the honoring ceremony, but not the resolutions after. We're going to be done. So resolutions tomorrow morning, first thing.
Yes. Okay. I have a seconder here, so the mover and a seconder. And okay, so just to be clear, the proposition we have before us. Okay, so just maybe I'm going to take microphone number 2, but just to be clear, the proposition we have before us is to deal right now with the blanket dance and the honoring for the Vatican. And then this will put an end to our long day, and we would deal with emergency draft resolution 1 and 2 tomorrow morning. And we have someone that moved that and seconded that, but it's not finished. I'm gonna, microphone number 2, please.
Kwekakina, Chief White Duck from Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabe. I think it's very difficult to gather as chiefs. I say we keep moving on with the resolution since we only got one done, so we're losing time. I say, our council meetings, we all go through council meetings. They go on through the evening sometimes.
Okay.
Let's continue forward with our resolutions.
Okay, thank you. I hear you. So we have someone that opposed this resolution here, and we heard him. So Chief White Duck just explained that he wouldn't support to go to the blanket dance and the honoring. So we have a motion that has been moved and seconded. I will go to, I will go to microphone number 2 and then to Chief Ramona Sutherland online, and you want to address on that? Okay, so the two last, and then we go to the vote on that. So microphone number 2 to you.
Doreen Cardinal, proxy for Chief Keeter Corson, Chapel Cree First Nation, and I'll second that motion to be done for the day.
After the honoring and the Vatican.
Yeah.
So you're in support with are you the seconder?
I'm saying that I'll second that. You
yeah, but
said you needed a
it has
seconder.
already been seconded.
Oh, okay, that's great then. Let's go.
Thank you, But I didn't get the name of the seconder. Oh, you're the thank you, thank you. I might need you. Stay there. So the online Chief Ramona Sutherland, if you want to speak in this regards, please, the floor is yours.
Well, Jay, I'm not going to speak to the resolution at hand. I'm sorry. I was wanting to request we hear from our national chief on such a historic moment for a lot of us. I had said previously that I'm a new chief, and I would like to see. I'm happy to see that the suspension is dead now. So, but I would like to hear from our national chief, please.
Thank you. Sorry, my microphone. Thank you, Chief. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so microphone number two times. And please, yes, and then we go to the vote. And just to be clear, the topic, the matter that is discussed right now on the floor is that we have someone that moved and another that seconded a motion to do the blanket dance and the honoring right now and to close the day after. We'll go to a vote after that. So the last two speakers are at microphone number 2 because we have our mover at the microphone number 1. So microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's getting a little confusing with the Assembly here because we were sent a provisional agenda with the audit on it, and the revised agenda this morning, the audit's not on it. I'd like an explanation. Why is that? Why is that?
I hear you, and I could put myself at your place, and I understand. But I think that we have copies.
Who can answer the
question?
question?
We have copies, but audit is at day 3. Audit, I know it's different, but there's no rules that restrain us to do that, and this has been adopted this morning within the adoption of the agenda. So audit is at D3.
Okay.
Does it answer to your question, Chief?
Okay, you just moved it to day 3 then.
Pardon me?
You moved it to day 3.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last but not the least, Chief Heyman, microphone number 2.
Good afternoon, Chief Heyman, Kebawek First Nation. As the mover or the seconder of resolution number 1, the mover and I are agreeable to allowing the activities, to continue. We've received some messaging from our colleagues in the Yukon and BC regions about friendly amendments and additions to resolution number 1. So we would like to do them because we believe they will strengthen and improve the resolution, and we'll bring it back onto the floor for a vote and decision in the morning.
Oh, thank you, Chief. So you would vote for the motion to continue the day with the blanket cover and the honoring to the delegation to the Vatican, because you would bring your emergency resolution, an amended version tomorrow morning of emergency draft resolution number 1. Correct. Thank you, Chief. Let's go to a vote just to make sure that we have a majority of chiefs here that agree to end the day with our 2 next topics or business items, blanket dance and then honoring, and then the day would be finished, day 1, and we would continue tomorrow morning with emergency draft resolution 1 and 2 tomorrow morning. So, anyone oppose? Oppose? No, I knew there was a confusion, sorry. So, anyone oppose, please raise your lanyard If you oppose, meaning you want to deal with resolution right now, you want to say bye-bye to our guests. So I think it is a clear consensus. So thank you all. I acknowledge that the mover wants to speak to that matters. So can I just declare that the motion carried? Thank you very much. This confirms what I just said, but thank you. Congratulations, this is extraordinary today. We are all on the same page. That is good. Okay, so microphone number 1, please.
I just want to say one thing, and I hope everybody will agree with me on this. I want to thank our co-chairs for today. It's a tough job. You're in a tough position. You've done wonderfully.
Let's see.
And this is a tough meeting to chair. It's hard. Nobody else would want to be in their role. You've done a wonderful job. I know how tough it is. Just want to thank you. Hosium.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of my co-chair, thank you both of us, because we're a team and we really like to work together. And thank you. This is it's touching. Thank you. Okay, so I will now, I will just announce it. I will now announce that the next topic on the agenda is the blanket dance. So there will be a blanket dance for the young family, and we will invite Chief Marcel Head and Chief Fabian Head. And just to introduce this blanket dance, I want to invite National Chief to introduce it. She just has some introductive remarks to invite them, and then we'll go with the blanket dance. So thank you very, very much, National Chief.
Thank you very much, Weena. I agree with Kilsalem that you have taken us through a very difficult matter. You've done commendable and amazing work. I want to thank everyone for all your comments and for striking down this unlawful suspension that happened. I raise my hands to all of you and I say thank you. I welcome these comments about burying the hatchet. I welcome the comments about forgiveness. We were asked to come together, and we will. I am 100% committed to meeting with the regional chiefs. I need my phone back. I need my emails back. I need to be reinstated fully. And thank you. Regarding the opposition to the forensic audit, the corruption needs to be exposed. So I hope that the chiefs will work on a resolution that makes sure that we have full transparency, full accountability, and truth around the finances of AFN, and I fully support that. Whatever you decide, chiefs, I'm standing with you. I stand here because of you. I serve our people. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to continue my service in the hopes that we will lift up our people, that we will give them the love and care that they need, that we will have the things that we want. Our children living in safe and vibrant communities surrounded by the love and care of their families. Prosperity, a proper economic deal with Canada, the implementation of your goals. Let's move forward together. Miigwech. And I do want to just turn to say that I really am so grateful to little Frank's family. I met with the chief when I was up in Prince Albert. And I support this family in their search for little Frank. He needs to be found. He needs to come home. So I ask everyone to not only send your love and care to Frank, but this blanket dance is to raise funds for them. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chief Pratt to talk more about the blanket dance, as well as he will introduce other speakers. Miigwech.
Thank you, National Chief, and thank you to the leadership for giving us time today for the family. For those of you who may not be aware of following the news, Frank Young disappeared a few months ago, and the family has been searching for him for quite a while now. And this blanket dance that we're having here today is to raise funds to support the continued search efforts and to support the family as they work on bringing little Frank home. So I want to turn the microphone over to Chief Marcel Head, and then Chief Fabian Head, and then Teresa Whitecap, who will speak on behalf of the family, and then we'll have the drummers sing. We'll have the blanket up here, then people can go by. And I just want to thank you in advance for all your donations to the family. Miigwech.
Good afternoon to the Assembly. I stand here, with a humble heart, asking you for your support to help find little Frank, this picture that I hold in my hand. Frank, little Frank, as we referred to him, went missing April 19th. And the family have reached out to the leaders in Saskatchewan, the province of Saskatchewan, the RCMP, and as well as other people that have provided the resources and also the expertise in finding little Frank. But we're here to tell you that according to Indigenous Services Canada, have exhausted their resources in helping find Frank. And it's becoming more challenging to find resources, and that's why we are here today to ask for your generous donation to helping find Frank. Frank is from my own community, from Shoal Lake. His parents reside in Shoal Lake. But at the time of his missing, when he went missing, he was living with his aunt and uncle in Red Earth. And today, the family, as well as the two First Nations, Shoal Lake Cree Nation and Red Earth Cree Nation, ask for your support to donate, whatever amount you can donate for the cause, to find Frank. What is more even challenging is, people lose hope. People tend to come to their own conclusions. And, and like any other missing person in Canada, have lost all their efforts, to finding those missing, even men and women that have gone missing. The resources are not there. The expertise that we do rely on are not there anymore. So we as Indigenous people across Canada need to stand together. And we all support, in finding these people. Whether it's a woman, a young girl, a child. Today, we still have our people still searching for Frank by way of boats, ATVs, and on foot. It went even challenging when the price of fuel went up in the last little while. And therefore, that's one way, that we've seen the resources start to diminish. But again, on behalf of Shoal Lake Cree Nation, and on behalf of my council, and on behalf of the Young, the Mackay, the Latlin family, we thank you for your generous donations that you will be providing today. And we ask all, every person, every delegate, every person that has registered to this assembly to make a generous donation to help find Frank. Eu kasi kinanas commit now kagano anus ka pentu tayag mina ig hentu tamata gusto si kanompat tamig hanun sa pesi hentu tamata tapag naswig tanigog paginigog no te pag naswig tawichiag tamisko napis Frank kasnigas. Unigi ko, minani ka giga nini migot, iga stesa ega ningutse, euchichik. Magai giga nini mitnete migos yogag, spiga otai, iga gotse miskawid. Magusan menute isentutamatag anusagi sigag. Tasud sa nanigigagi pesi waniagok iskoak, mir skinig skoesak, napuisak, skinigiok, napeok. Ego se pegan si taisigonopat, the megan was saisen tutamatag, gets not an isto, ego si gispa, pagusede mo na. Magai, anuskaisin tutamatag, di tayo ninagutse, tan siniminanag, minayahog, kung gagiwagumatsik, Frank. Tapos ichi hiditag, hiwatsemitag, minagichi migwatse hiditag, saspin tepaginimon, tapagitnaswan nuskagisigak. With that, chiefs, councillors, delegation, we ask for your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, thank the co-chairs for allowing Red Earth and Shoal Lake and the family of Frank Young to come and share some information. Frank went missing on April 19th. Outside his residence, to date, we've had over 600 volunteers come and help. We've had over 16 search and rescue crews come and help as well. And also we've had some numerous volunteers come from other provinces as well to make their trip and come and help and be part of the search. The search is obviously, today's day 76 of the search. And, as the search continues, we still continue to be hopeful. We still continue to perceive this as a rescue mission. And that hope we're talking about is the supernatural power of God, Creator, to give that strength to Frank, that we found alive, that miracle, that we're hopeful that the Creator will answer those prayers. On June 19th, we had an awareness, June 21st, we had an awareness walk, which brought together the communities of the Shoal Lake and Red Earth Cree Nation. Today, we've somewhat beginning to exhaust our resources. ISK has somewhat pulled out 2 weeks ago. The RCMP have pulled out 2 weeks ago as well. The Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency as well pulled out 2 weeks ago. So the search for the last 2 weeks have been primarily from the efforts of volunteers of Red Earth and Shoal Lake. We've also had a day of fast as well, to cry to the Creator to answer our prayers. And we continue to ask for your support, your donations. As I said before, that we are beginning to exhaust our resources in searching for Frank, and we will continue to search for Frank. I'm thankful. God bless. Before I forget, I'd like to also announce and share an email address where you can send your donations. I apologize for not having this information on the screen, but the email address that we have is charlenehead@redearthcreenation.com. I'll provide this information to the chair to hopefully put up on the screen. So thank you.
We'll have one final speaker come address the Assembly, and then we will have one of our host drums play a song as the members continue to come and help support this family. We have the blanket here to receive the donations that you want to send to our family. Teresa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of my grandson, Frank Young, who has been missing since April 19th. Frank is an adorable boy. He is very creative in his classroom. I have his teacher standing beside me to come and support me. And she's been telling me stories about Frank. And I wish I can share them with you. But there's too much to share. Thank you. My family selected me to be the spokesperson for them. My brother passed away, who is Frank's grandfather. I'm the second oldest in the family, so I'm looking after my nieces. Frank's mom and dad, Frank's caregiver, who's my niece, Barbara Mackay, and Jarvis Mackay. I'd like to thank all the people that have come forward to support us in finding Frank. There are too many people to mention from my local community, Red Earth, external communities. Thank you. We have a lot of people that have come and cooked for the searchers. And I'm glad that they're providing food for these searchers, 3 meals a day. They wake up 6 o'clock in the morning to come and prepare meals for them. I have so much to be thankful for. And I come here with a heavy heart because my grandson is still missing. My family circle is broken. It's void. Frank has to come and fill that family circle again. I'm asking everybody in the building to say a prayer for my family. And that's what I tell my family on family page. Make sure you pray before you go to bed and ask our Creator to lead us to where Frank is so the searchers can bring him home. There is a lady that I want to thank that contacted me last week. And that's the one that got the ball rolling for me to be here, and her name is Brenda Bear. And I'd like to thank FSI and Vice Chief Heather Bear for financially helping me to be here and all the people that are involved. And I want to thank the people behind me that are standing behind me for the support. Chief Marcel, Chief Fabian, and all the people that are here. I thank you so much. And thank you for your donations. Like Chief had said, we are to a point where we need to fix our machines. I just received a text that one of the Argos broke down, and we need funds to pay for these. 3 engines for our boats also broke down, and they need to be fixed. So we need financial resources to get this fixed so the searchers can continue looking for my grandson, little Frank. And with that, thank you so much, everybody.
We
Thank
now
you.
ask.
Thank you, everyone, for the support. Appreciate it. And like the families requested, we ask that you pray for them, pray for their strength. Thank you for all your gifts today. Those of you that are sending e-transfers, we thank you in advance for that financial help. And most importantly, we want to pray for Frank to come home. So, Chimigwich, thank you.
To close off our ceremony.
E-transfer?
Yep.
Chief, what's the e-transfer?
We're going to go to close off this ceremony. We will have a song from Robert George to honor the family. But before we do, we're going to remind you of the email address for e-transfers. So it's Charlene, Charlene, head, HEAD, at redearthcreenation.com. So once again, Charlene Head at redearthcreenation.com. So I'd look towards our drummer to offer a song for the family.
Merci, Jimmy Gwitch. Thank you. C'était très émouvant. Et we're saying thank you so much. This ends the ceremony, this blanket ceremony. So thank you. Yep, you can. Alors, comme on reprend nos esprits, nous allons maintenant adresser le dernier point à l'ordre du jour pour la première journée de cette Assemblée générale annuelle, la 43e. Et je vais maintenant annoncer I will now turn in English. Thank you for your comprehension, because I have some guests to invite to the stage, so I want to make sure they can understand me. So, I will now announce the honoring ceremony, and I now call upon Regional Chief Antoine to come on the stage. So Regional Chief Antoine, if you can come on the stage for the honoring ceremony. Here, how it's gonna go. Regional Chief will make a brief introductory remarks, and then there is a video that will be put on the screen. It's a video of the Vatican trip that will be played. And then Regional Chief Antoine and the youth delegates will present each delegate with a gift, and then we'll hear an honor song. And then this will put an end to the honoring ceremony. And I will now ask all the delegation to please, if you're present in the room, if you can go in the front where the others are, so you can get prepared for when we will ask you to please come to the stage. And just for you to know that some part of the delegation will be present online, and others will be present here in person. So thank you, and now I invite Regional Chief Antoine to address the Assembly. Thank you, Regional Chief.
Masi, se masi joka se jera joa jon nahinda da masi ne de sineta. Sinlaga kon denende ko sai je dana ko sai ahte. Handa jo tutsan jo kaju. Kande da sida nenda de sineta da ego segi de da masi ne de sineta. Good evening, and when I was in Gatineau area, I also learned to also understand bonsoir to all of you. I'd like to acknowledge the original nations of family that we are here gathered upon. Also, where I come from the southwest part of the Northwest Territory, and last spring we hit the national news. My community of Fleetniquan, Fort Simpson, got flooded out, and I'm sure you all saw what happened to us. And so that's where I come from. It's also a place where the Holy Father in 1987, Pope Paul II, came to visit my community, and at that time I was a chief. And so I've been introduced to their system and their processes, and also was an audience with the Pope Paul John II, May of 1987. And since then, I've been on a walkabout, and so last December the 9th, I was elected the Dena National Chief, and it automatically gave me the position of the AFN Regional Chief for my area. So I've been in this position for 7 months. And it just so happened that the portfolio also came along with it. And I'd like to thank the National Chief, Roseanne Archibald, for putting the trust in me to be able to get parachuted in, get my feet on the ground, and also to be able to look at the situation and look at the people that were also involved and look at how we could be able to move forward. And over there, I also learned a very special signature that is also doodled on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, and it goes, it's like this, and you might have seen it on TV a couple of months ago. And today, there was one person that also showed us that sign, but he took it apart and he showed this. And so I wanted to just to touch that on there because it talks about pointing fingers and also looking at those 3 fingers that point back at us. And it's really important that we understand the responsibilities of doing this reflection and looking at the situation, looking at how we could frame steps forward. So with that, when I landed there, I was welcomed by the representatives of the regions, and I was really thankful that they were there and that they were also had a path forward. And so I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude and celebrate you and also the work that you all do in your dedication to all your people. I just want to say that we did our very best to ensure that all survivors were heard, also the voices of the young ones who never came home. And I'm really thankful that we represented them with care while we were there, and also the path forwards were cleared. And also that these things that were cleared was throughout the walls of the Vatican. Also within the minds and hearts of Pope Francis and the Canadian bishops. It was an honor to walk alongside all the delegations who words can hardly describe the power of how well each shared the truth, the intentions, and the desires for all our people. There was strength, and there was also integrity that was shared with the Pope. The vibrations of all our energy that we place there on your behalf within the walls is profound. I share these words that our former colleague had shared with us because the way that she really described it is so powerful. And the powerful moment of all your work together that we also put it into the words that we shared with Pope Francis has begun to be felt around the world, for which our next 7 generations will benefit and know that we showed up for them. Our people will come to thrive, and we should all feel a sense of humbleness in helping fulfill the dreams of our ancestors. Yes, this is certainly a powerful moment which continue to affirm our beliefs as the original nations of families. When our delegation were speaking, our relatives came to support us. The skies cleared, the sun shined, the wind blew, and the voices of our relatives singing and dancing. In these moments, all your prayers, the prayers of our people, the tobacco offerings, the ceremonies that were held, could be felt powerfully in the room while we were sharing the truth. I recall looking around our delegations, they sat tall and strong. The grandmothers were there with us. The grandfathers were there protecting us, and were being greeted by our people, singing, acknowledging us, brought tears from the soul. I hope you felt that too. Thank you for our young ones for being so brave. They were very courageous and forthright in telling the truth. For all our family, the original nations of families. And as my colleague had shared, is that we believe the moment represented, even presented, a greater shift within the walls of the Vatican. Even an elderly grandmother shared that a web of wisdom was laid down with the Vatican by what we all did. We were there, we were meant to be there. However, all of you, all of our relatives, way before, since the world was new, and when the newcomers came to our shore, all those things that our people had done made it possible for this very special, powerful moment. And even today, it's a very powerful moment. We need to work together to frame steps forward. And we need to also understand, be with each other and understand the situations so that we could be able to work together like a family. And so the words, prayers, songs, and dances will continue throughout this web. May you each walk in peace, continue to fly among the eagles, for each of us is truly a protector for our people, the lands, our Mother Earth, and our future generations. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for your families, our nations, for carrying on our teachings, for the help shape us into the strong, forthright, and diplomatic human beings you are today. Continue to walk strong and tall for our young ones see you and what you do. Let's now hold each other up in our hearts and minds, and with the work we use in recalling this historic moment, for which we each so courageously responded to its call. It's a moment that has made our ancestors proud. By representing for all our people, our family, with respect and dignity, by holding each and every precious one who did not return home in the highest with love. May we send all our people continued strength on the path to healing, for the world will now have come to look at our people of Turtle Island in a new light, and also for guidance. Let us be united in peace and strength, for all our future depends upon it. Our deepest respect and admiration to each of you. This is a moment for which you came to have to fulfill, and I really like to commemorate the delegation because they did an amazing, and also may their days be filled with peace and resolve to carry forward in the work that we do for all our people. And the way that my colleague also expressed it is that I hold you up and wrap you with my good medicine. And this to be wrapped around you with a promise to always care for you. And she also said that I look forward to when we meet again. So I just want to share those words of my colleagues because it really reflect the situation that we had been confronted with, and also what we had to do and what we had to say. And I'm very thankful for the delegation for doing what they needed to do and also to speak the truth. I've got other things to say, but I just wanted to put that into perspective. And I understand that there's going to be a little video, and I think that the video will also provide you the images of the things that I shared with you, and so you'll have an opportunity to put them two together. And I'd like to thank you again for giving me this moment. Masih.
Thank you so much, Regional Chief Antoine. So as Regional Chief just mentioned, I would now announce the video, if the video can now be played on screens. Please, a 5 minutes video. Thank you.
The world was reminded of these stolen children on May 27, 2021, when Kamloops announced that they had found the remains of 215 children from the former Kamloops Indian Residential School in an unmarked grave residential school site.
Suffered these oppressive acts and acts of genocide against us, which has resulted in residential schools and is the primary reason that this delegation is here now to address the Vatican, to address the Pope, so that he can hear the stories of survivors and hear the stories of those who are related to survivors and understanding the impacts that it's had upon our peoples.
He said, if they recognize us as human beings, they're going to have to admit we have human rights.
In terms of the relationships with Canadians and the Catholic Church, I mean, they're central to this story.
Tell the truth about our history, about what happened at residential schools, how Indigenous people suffered and were marginalized through the whole colonizing enterprise, to acknowledge our role and responsibility.
Our young people were taken away from their families and were taken away and gone to residential school and were stripped off their language, their culture, at the same time being abused.
But I could hear children crying all the time, you know, when they're lined up and they're being hit. But I was so afraid.
In the sky world.
I believe that this offers survivors a real opportunity to turn this story around.
What I'd like to hear, the Pope has a true understanding and empathy for our people and the experiences they suffered.
To bring that true emotional, that hurt to the Pope, to relay that message. First Nations are resilient.
We're here. You know, we're carrying the messages of hope and the messages of pain, the importance of him knowing our truths that we had brought forward collectively.
And my life is where I'm at today because of these systems and what had happened to your people. And
it's so much more than just that apology.
The apology is one thing. It's the actions that are required.
We'll hear from him something of the steps forward. Chief Cadmus Delorme often speaks about the day after the apology as the most important day.
Come in here, bring that message across.
Okay, thank you for this video. And Regional Chief Antoine will now, and the youth delegates will now present each delegate with a gift. So we'll now call upon Leanne Goose to come and to manage this part of the honoring ceremony. So, to you, Leanne.
Merci. My name is Leanne Goose. I work with the National Chief, Regional Chief Antoine, and serving the Dene Nation and the people here at our homeland in Turtle Island. Our delegation recognizes those in the audience who are able to be in attendance with us, but I'd like to take a moment to recognize those of you at home. Our spiritual advisor, Michelle Shenandoah, Chief Marianne Daywalker, Marlene Cloud, Grand Chief Mandy Galmasti, Phyllis Gugu, former National Chief Phil Fontaine, Madeline Weber, and Marlene Thomas. In the audience today, please rise. Rosalie Billebois, please join us. Taylor Bain Tizaka, John Bacali, Cookbee Roseanne Casimir, Dr. Welton Littlechild, and Elder Fred Kelly.
While the gift are given or presented, I will now ask the honor song to be played. So drummers, please play the honor song. She hasn't been acknowledged. She's on. And just want to acknowledge that there is another member of the delegation that is present online, and Adeline Weber, youth delegation, present online. So we acknowledge all present. Thank you. Okay. The drum, the honor song, please.
Nu morgen het ook. Wie was het in de vakantie geweest gewoon nog gezegd. Kijk ik wat dat in de meeging nou kilometer tegen me gaan. Ik dacht van hier als dat kijken dat van ons hier mee ook. Ik ging nou in Sagoga joh, kom ik gewoon kijken. Wie is dat je graag staat aan als je niet mag weg. In my language was the Anishinaabe language. I say to my dear brothers, all of you, brothers and sisters, not one of us is immune from the atrocities that we have endured over the generations of the residential school legacy. Those of you who attended and suffered, those of you who were physically abused, emotionally abused, sexually abused, all of us, including myself. I was 5 years old when I was thrown into a residential school in St. Mary's, Kenora, Ontario. My braids were shorn, my clothes were stripped, and given some other clothes, like all of us were given, to make a white man out of me, to Christianize me, and told that regardless of what I did to expiate myself, I was condemned because I was a savage, I was a pagan. You know those stories I'm talking about. And so it is in commemoration as well as we celebrate and we honor the delegates that went to Rome. It is in these memories of those people that suffered those atrocities, those that did not make it home, those that are still in unmarked graves, those that lost their way and drowned, those that got run over by railway tracks as they tried to get home, those that got run over by cars on their way home, those that were lost in whatever way. It is in their memory that the delegation I was honored to act as a spiritual advisor to. These delegates, each and every one of them, and I add this to what the regional chief has already said about the delegation. I also take the time to thank the regional chief, Gerald Antoine, for the wonderful work that he did leading this delegation with such pride and dignity, representative of his own people. These are the kinds of leaders that we rely on, and the ones that he replaced and those ones that came before him. Each and every one of these people, as they gave the message to the Pope, to His Holiness, did so with such dignity that comes from our ancestors, your grandparents, the legacy, the beautiful blessings that we refer to in my language as Gijewatizu, which includes love, kindness, sharing, respect, truth, courage, and humility. This is what was displayed. And when I was brought in, I also asked that perhaps that I was not, being a male, should not be the only one. And the Haudenosaunee delegated Michelle Shenandoah to conjoin us. She offered a cradle board to the Pope that she wanted brought back tomorrow, symbolic of the fact that we can attend residential schools, but we must be returned to our culture. And this was tremendous what she did. Every one of these people, as Gerald announced their names individually, did that. I also want to acknowledge with great gratitude and sincerity and humility the work that the executive of the Assembly of First Nations did to put together this delegation, because these delegates were chosen from the different regions by you people out there to represent you people. And they did so seeking an apology. That apology was extended. And I say to you when I speak on my own, I had no right to accept that apology personally on your behalf. That is you, up to you to either reject or to accept that apology. And that is the kind of dignity that these people wanted to give you the opportunity, but they did tremendous work to gain that apology. That was one of them. The other thing that I personally did as your spiritual advisor, in the private encounter with the Pope, His Holiness. I spoke to him from a microphone across the room, but I did not like the space between us. That is not our way. I left the microphone and I went to him with pipe in hand and a feather in hand. And as I walked towards him, I saw the smoke rising from the pipe. And a white eagle, the shape of a white eagle, came down. And I saw a dove as well. And I pointed out to His Holiness. As I approach you, I see the white eagle that looks after our people on Turtle Island, whence you also came. Now flying with the dove that descended upon your church. And they fly together, which behoves us to walk together towards peace and harmony in what we refer to as reconciliation, because that was the spirit and intent of what these beautiful people that gave me the honor to be with them and purport to be their spiritual advisor. I'm not a spiritual advisor of any one of them, because they are also spiritual people in their own right that come from your own cultures and spiritualities, and they are beautiful people, and I love them. I also want to thank, finally, my duty for being here today. And I was just asked recently, before I came up here, to present this, and so I do so with great pride, and wishing and congratulating and thanking our National Chief, Roseanne Archibald, for the leadership that she provided in this delegation and the message that was read to His Holiness in the private encounter by one of our delegates. The message did get to him. I gave him a pair of moccasins and I said, now that I have seen this vision, your name is White Eagle. And I present to you these moccasins so that you will walk with us in the spirit in which the Creator, the only one God that represents all spiritualities and to whom we pray. I also offered him the white feather, and I said, may you walk with us as you come to Turtle Island. It was not my intention to formally invite him, but that was the spirit. And then we didn't know what would happen after that. We found out later that he would in fact be coming here. And I told him, when I do a name passing ceremony, I usually do that with a feast. A feast awaits you on Turtle Island. And those were my simple messages to him on your behalf. And I thank you very much for having given me personally to travel with these beautiful people, the wonderful work that they did. And also on behalf of the delegation, who say with great gratitude to the executive of the Assembly of First Nations, and also in the personage of Gerald Antoine, who's the regional chief. And so I present this, and I had the feather pointing in four directions, the four skies, the four earths, Skaves, to present Roseanne Archibald, the National Chief, on behalf of the delegates, with our great gratitude to accept this gift. And as I pass this gift on, I say to her, may peace and harmony be with you as you move forward with the executive on behalf of our people. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Knowledge Keeper Fred Kelly, for your good words and all that you shared with us. I now invite Knowledge Keeper Dr. Wilton Littlechild to address the Assembly. To you, Doctor.
Thank you. Hai ni kan se manto na nas kama. Mai kan mohte on siga son maskochi sigoche. Kwa usauge heo. Siga sonaste. Kanak tepiak nohte mam skuta manigok e hatam hiegum uta kape mi ako he mstahi goe. Good evening. I just introduced myself from my language, Cree. My name is Willie Little Child in English. My Cree name is Maikat Mohteo, Walking Wolf from Muscogee's territory. And my chief's name is Usaugeheo, which is Golden Eagle. I just asked for permission to, on behalf of my community, the Muscogee's Cree, invite each and every one of you to the Pope Francis visit on our territory in Muscogee's. He will be landing on July 24th. He will want to rest from a long journey. But on the 25th of July in the morning, he will be visiting the Ermineskin Cree Nation, part of Muscogee's. He wants to say a private prayer as the first tradition papal visits have. Secondly, he wants to go to the graveyard and say a silent prayer for the children that never made it home. Thirdly, he wants to visit the school site. And then fourthly, he will come and meet as many survivors as can make it, because that day, that morning, he will be making a major statement, and we want to honor the survivors on that day. So you're all invited, each and every one of you, and hope that you'll join us. Hai hainen naskuman. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Wilton Littlechild. I now ask Regional Chief Antoine if he has closing remarks before we end this honoring ceremony. Regional Chief Antoine, to you.
Merci. I'd like to, on behalf of the delegation and the leadership, I'd like to thank you for giving us this moment. It's a very historic moment for all of us. There's a new light on us, and the three fingers that are pointing back at us, that's our responsibility to really reflect and to make the appropriate choices as we frame steps forward together. And so I'd like to say merci again. Merci.
Thank you very, very much to the delegation, to all of you that have spoken here at the microphone, at the assembly microphone, and all of you present online. Thank you very, very much. So to that, this ends the honoring ceremony. Thank you so much. Pendant que nous faisons une transition vers la fin, j'aimerais maintenant offrir la parole à mon collègue Cédric, qui a quelques annonces à vous faire avant de prendre une pause jusqu'à demain matin. Alors, to that, I'll now turn the floor over to my colleague, Cedric. Cedric, to you.
I'd like to first start off, as we're going towards the closing of this first day, recognize and say Walalia, thank you to all of our delegates who went and did so much for the healing journey of our ancestors, those who survived, and those who live with these realities every day. I really do raise you up and recognize each and every one of you. So, I had said that we would make this official. So, for the record, I want to enter the results for Emergency Resolution 03, Special Business Suspension of the National Chief. The final tally is 44 votes for, 252 votes against, and 26 abstentions. As mentioned earlier, this means the resolution did not receive 60% approval and thus was defeated. My second message for you tonight is to thank everyone in the participation. We know these subjects are difficult to address sometimes, but the decorum that you guys showed really is appreciated. As co-chairs, this isn't always the easiest decision, so I recognize each and every one of you. Tonight, at 6:30 Pacific time, which is not too long from now, there will be in this room the Doctrine of Recovery premiere, a documentary that's headlined by Academy of Canadian Cinema and Television award-winning actor Crystal Lightning from Enoch Cree First Nation, which will be happening in this room at 6:30, so in about an hour. And finally, we will go to recess and be back tomorrow morning at 8:30 Pacific time in the same room. So have a great evening. Thank you for your participation. Good night, everyone.